Yes.
Yes. This is a really nice beer, I have to say.
Oh yes, hello friend, it is the Stream Pobs. It is me, we back. Hi, how do? Welcome to Stream.
Lies, how do is my thing. You cannot steal it.
How do is an internet thing, what are you on about?
Fuck the internet, I was there before it.
How do? Like a greeting?
How do?
Yeah, how do?
Howdy?
No, how do?
How do what?
It's a widely used Yorkshire greeting.
Oh.
It says
I'm
Google.
not from Yorkshire.
Now you are.
Oh, he's outed himself.
No way, yeah.
We narrowed it down, his place of residence.
To not Yorkshire.
Oh no, I'm okay. So we're back, and Ogre's rolling, and
Yeah.
Oh, I should get into
mega hype.
Huh?
How do is not a northern thing. I'm taking it back. Crow. 45 months of support, and you're on a 20. You're on a 20-month streak. We have
That
two
is
kids
illegal,
together.
and I deny it.
We have 2 kids together, and you're newly pregnant. I look forward to the third one.
Shit, again. Fuck.
Crow is fertile.
Damn it. I heard myself and I hate it.
So, welcome back to
Wait, I should eat something so I can belch.
D&D.
Hump.
This is this part.
Well,
Welcome back to Silly Songs with Larry. This is the part where Larry sings a silly song and I do the intro. Zach, what's going on? Let's see. Once lost a fight with an emu. Charlotte.
it took more than 2 bullets, guys. I only had 2 bullets. I didn't know what else to do. I play Himri. I'm a tiefling rogue. You're welcome.
Don't sound so excited about it.
Ah, okay.
Wait, are we still Krieg friendly?
Oh,
I think so. I don't think anybody's cussed or said anything inappropriate.
Oh no, we can't be. Ogre's put crows in France. That's not kid friendly, is it?
Ogre! Thank you for summoning Guitar Cat! Crow is from France. 52 months.
I take issue with that.
Oh.
Once
Oh dear God.
lost a cawing battle in his own home.
Me.
I stole your shit.
That's my thing.
Once lost a cawing battle. Ogre.
Oh, I'm awake. Yeah. Hi, I'm Ogre. And I shall be playing your friendly neighbourhood half-orc barbarian Buttercup, and doing everything I can to insult Crow. That's really all I've got, really. That's it. I've got nothing else.
That's it, I've got nothing else. Also, dicks. Just want to throw that out there. Hard dicks. Okay. Now, once was a dickweed farmer. Crow.
Times were tough. It was the Great Depression, and you had to do what you had to do. Hi, I'm Crow. I'm playing your friendly neighborhood Asma Sorcerer Grumble.
And I...
Oh, speaking of which, by the way, those dicks were excellent because we sold them with the anal hooks.
Oh, I hate it.
Hey, look, what else an anal hook?
Google it.
No.
No, I'll leave that
Okay.
to Charlotte. Charlotte, Google anal hooks for me, please.
You worked 10.5 hours in the warehouse? That sucks, dude.
I can buy
Oh.
this.
You could buy this.
Zach, welcome to every day in the life of Crow.
Meaning.
And I am
Wikipedia.
finally a 13-year-old Japanese girl. I had my birthday the other day.
Oh, do you have a pure and sacred heart? No, pure and tender heart, that's it. Are you pure and tender-hearted?
I am now old enough to be a K-pop star. Okay, so welcome to D&D.
An anal hook or ass hook.
No,
is a sex
no,
toy.
no, no,
Often-
no, no, I will kick you. Don't even start with me. Okay.
You just described a job worse than mine.
What's an anal hook?
No, Zach's a salesman.
He's a salesman.
Yeah, he's
What
selling
have you
men.
got?
Don't know why he's selling men and not women, or what else he's
sales,
particularly
apparently.
picky and non-gendered
Sells it.
persons.
Perhaps he's nautical. Selling sails.
Welcome back.
The level has not increased since last time.
Texas, that famous nautical nation.
No! Why is it so funny?
Have you been drinking?
No!
Maybe you should
Have you been
start.
smoking?
It sounds like I'm going to say naughty and I expect naughty, but then you say nautical. It's funny.
I mean, I hate to say this, but have you been indulging in the anal hook too much?
No.
Oh, no.
Please, somebody.
I'll just-
What happened last time before this?
Oh, my supper
continues?
now.
I can start off at least.
Why is
So,
this page frozen?
there was a wonderful meeting between Grumble and Mr. Openmon, and Grumble convinced him to allow him to build through his land. And then we went back to Moon's Landing, and there was another wonderful meeting between Grumble and the King scalped him, and we got 1,000. I had to pay 1,000 gold to build through the King's lands. And now it will be months until my project is complete and the pink dingus can be brewed.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
Okay.
We witnessed Grim retiring.
We did, yes. I made a fish talk.
There were many shenanigans in Mount Celestia.
That too. We found out some shit about Mr. Grumble.
Yes, we found. We went to Mount Celestia and found Grumble's autobiography and a painting of him.
Right, wasn't Grumble. You are mistaken.
Yeah, it was your brother. And then we found out that
Brother?
no, he doesn't.
Ogre's defeat in his voice was so real.
Like, no!
Just
we-
like, no, shut up, no.
Yeah, we came back and you've got your water project underway. That's good. We found out a lot about. Well, you found out some things about Vera that didn't help. We then went back and said you went and saw Decal the builder. Wait, it's going to take 18 months to get this works done.
You got that wrong. It's like 4 months.
Was it 4? Oh, 8 months even.
It's 3 to 4.
I've written down 8. Don't diss my notes.
Let's see what it is.
The notes are low.
I'm throwing shade at your notes. Imagine I said something shady.
What's Slim?
Yes, why not?
Oh my gosh.
And then we went to saw Beulah, who turned out to be a cannibal. We've also
Wait, Beulah's a cannibal.
yeah, because I said, "What sort of meat would you like?" Because I thought that this is how you start conversations. And she said, "Old man," and so obviously she likes old man.
Yeah, I remember. Isn't Beulah a guy?
Well, we don't judge.
Okay.
We're going to the Darren Hall. We've gone to the Darren Hall. I'll pray to Tempest, Hell Tempest, and we found out there was 2 weak resistance cells that we could recruit. We found out that a guy called Halifax is alive and living in Irma. We were joined by a bard called Ryder Wellich, who's an Aarakocra, and then we was going to leave to Dustax via the Underdark. So I'm looking and I don't see Hook, so I'm guessing that this is now an NPC.
He, in no small terms, told me to go to hell and that he would play him when we have combat and not before.
Oh.
Clearly, Hook is invested in the anal part of his business too much.
I don't know. Is that because we were here?
I mean, possibly.
We've got this character to play. I can just see the comments. We've got this character to play. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, you're
Let's
going to
go
be
shopping.
Oh, fantastic! You're going to be playing with 2 English guys and a Dutch woman who's got wind. Oh, fuck you!
I mean, he was like, I'll play. And then I went, they're probably not going to do the combat next session. And he went, oh, well, fuck that. So he'll be here when we do combat and take his character off my hands, which that's very helpful to me. But otherwise, I will be poorly replicating the accent of this character.
Uh-oh.
So you've got to do an impression of Hook, do an impression of Aarakocra.
No, the Aarakocra is not. That's my character. His character is a vaguely Russian, African, French guy.
How are you gonna... What kind of accent is this?
Is the Aarakocra an emu?
No, he's like
Is
an
he-
eagle.
Emo.
Oh god, I don't think we've got enough. Well, no, that'd be great because he's on our side. So,
But, you guys begin leaving with Grim. Grim will introduce you to... God, I'm gonna butcher this horrible accent that Austin does.
Well, if it's already horrible, then what's there to put
Hello, yes, I am Chendrith.
I'm kidding.
Did you do an accent there?
Hello, yes, I am Chendrith. You think this is what I sound like normally?
Yes.
I'm very worried about that, Charlotte.
That's what I remember.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, guys, whenever we would get off stream and we would chit-chat, just the two of us, I would turn back into my vague French, Russian, African self.
This is a fake voice, you guys.
Yeah, this is an accent that I'm doing right now.
Cannon called it.
Why is he not Japanese?
He is.
Because I can't do a Japanese accent, kawaii. Okay.
No.
Desu.
He was actually born in Japan and then put on a sushi boat and sailed away because no one wanted him. And he was then drifted around France, Russia, and northern coast of Africa, and somehow ended up in the US and has been spying for this conglomerate of evil organization ever since.
God
I
damn
love
it.
drifting around France and Russia because there's so much water in between.
He knows.
Yes, there is.
He knows that I'm a secret spy for the emus.
If you're
That's why
drifting
you take
around
more than
somewhere,
2 bullets.
unless you're standing on the boat yelling at the people on
Wait.
shore constantly, how do you
That
pick
would
up their
wait.
accent?
Wait. She just said that's why he takes more than... Lizard has shot at you before, Pobbs. You never told anyone.
Wait, what?
That's domestic abuse. You should report that.
Oh, she freaking kicked me one time without knowing it. Like, very hard, too. It sucked. You guys head off with Griff.
What's his Chendora? I've forgotten her name already.
Chendrith.
Her name.
Its name.
It's a man. It's a
Wait, you
dragon.
sound female.
It's a blue
It's
dragonborn.
French. When you're French, you say
I've already written
Chendorith.
down her, so
It is a blue dragonborn.
Jen Moran.
And God, don't know what accent to do. Da. Yes.
Duh.
I am Chendrith Tailgorge III.
I'm sorry?
I'm Chendrith Tailgorge III.
Oh, Tail Gorge.
You eat your own tail?
No.
Oh, there can only be one.
Grim will
Hide
actually.
Tail.
Grim will actually. That was my cousin before he was murdered, and they passed his name along in their family.
Oh.
Well, we do that in our family. It's called children. Like when you're born, you take your parents' name, and then the next lot take that on. It's like a dynasty.
Well, if I ever have children, I'll name my child Tail.
Oh, was that an offer? So where does Tail Gorge? Where does the gorge come from?
That's his last name. It's my last name.
Oh, so it's Grim Gorge.
No, we're not related. He's my godson.
So why do you want to take his name?
No, okay. He just walks away.
I don't understand. Why does he want to take his name? And if he has kids, why does he want to call them Tail? Because surely Grim Tails is taken.
Like the crow left. Like crow just left.
Yeah, I mean, if he ever became a fairy, he'd be Grim Fairy Tales.
But do fairies even exist?
Yeah.
I don't know. And what do they taste?
Just encountered them in the celestial plane.
It's a reference.
You literally just encountered them.
And honey dragons.
And honey dragons.
Oh, yeah.
Crow, get your life together. What are you doing, man?
Crow.
His life's not together
Caw.
yet. Send up the caw signal.
The cock signal?
No.
There's a giant cock in the sky.
He answers to that. That explains everything.
Anybody gonna see the freaking new Batman movie? I'm not.
No, not with that guy in it.
A friend of mine is super excited.
Oh. No, it's like the new Eternals movie. I just can't get excited for it.
Back again.
Oh,
Get your
hello.
life
again.
together, man.
World fucking hates me, I swear.
No, this is me. I hate you.
Computer just
The world-
flat
the
out
world-
died. No reason.
The world's indifferent. I hate.
Okay, so now that there's cock in the chat, we can move forward.
You missed the cock, Crow. by
Cock
the
is
way.
a requirement in the chat.
I hope not.
Okay.
This is not a Rule 34 Discord, as far as I know.
It's not. Well, it is a Discord.
Yeah. But did you think we were on OnlyFans then, Charlotte? Is that what this problem is?
I thought
Have you
it was
mistook Twitch for something else?
Well, I don't know why I thought of a Twitch chat.
Pobs Hub.
It's just vaguely blurred naked images of me. But it's not even me, it's just my head photoshopped onto people.
And that's why I subscribe. We are definitely not just anyhow.
Well, we will need to teleport to Eliod.
Indeed. Do we need to get any supplies before we go?
That's up to you. We will not be able to probably get anything once we get into Dustax.
Oh, we know somewhere. Oh, and the Underdark, sorry.
So if you need potions or anything at all, this is the time, because they will not be available.
Well, I think we've got food and things, haven't we?
Food should be available unless the wildlife has been totally destroyed.
I'm not a big fan of mushrooms. That's what they eat down there.
we're not gonna be in the Underdark for very long.
No. Really?
Ideally, we won't even properly get into the Underdark.
I thought we was going in the Underdark. Oh, okay.
I mean, we have to go into the cave system, into the Upper Dark, but we won't get into the proper Underdark if we do it correctly.
So
I
we're
just have to
going out-
remember how to get there.
So we're going in the Middle Dark.
The slightly dark.
Okay. He slaps down 10 gold to Eliard.
I shall wait for my 10 gold. Oh, right, Eliard's place. Sorry, yes, I thought that was the Dragon Ball. Right, I shall also slap down 10 gold.
Okay. Chandrith will do the same.
I will also step.
We have got. Well, no, we've
I
got
will
the
do the same. I'm totally not reloading everything.
So, right, you all go to Eliard. And Grim starts walking off.
Where's Eliard, anyhow?
Here. I'm on the measuring tool here.
Oh, right.
We will have to go into the Green Expanse temporarily, so there's possibility we run into something. Maybe.
Oh, I hope it's kobolds.
Probably be more like drow or like bugbears or like owlbears.
Oh, owlbears. I've always wanted an owlbear. I shall.
Tasty.
Oh. Ugh. No, I want a pet one.
Oh. Don't know if that would go very well.
I'm persistent. I'm willing to give it a try. We shall. Right, let's go and find some. Let's go and find some owlbears.
No. We're going into the cave system to Dustax. We're not looking for owlbears.
Right, owlbears. Plan B. Gotcha. Understood. Let's go.
Our tax is so low that they're collected in dust.
Maybe I should rethink this. He walks away.
Grumble's just gonna high five Buttercup.
Yeah, I'll high five back. Do you think it? I think we're at great danger at this moment of just being abandoned in the Underdark. You know, not the first time we all go for a rest. He's just going to fuck off.
Okay, he leads you guys off into the Green Expanse. And toward the end of the day, actually, I'm gonna have one of y'all roll it. Ogre, roll a D100.
Oh, gladly. And I got a 68.
Ah, so close.
Oh, it
Oh
was.
man.
67, man. We were that close.
At least it wasn't a 69.
Terrible number. 96 is where it's at. Nothing happens as you guys travel through the Green Expanse.
Oh,
He gets to a cave, and alright, now we're going to be flirting with the Underdark a bit as we go underground here. So, is everyone ready?
I think I left the iron on.
Henry, how does one flirt with the Underdark? Grummer's not good at flirting.
You whisper sweet nothings while you walk through it.
Oh, okay. Yes, Grummer is ready.
What you need is an anal hook. Let us get ready to flirt with the Underdark.
Hold on. Grim is going to contemplate committing suicide. Okay. And,
I loot his body.
You guys wander into the Kavar system.
Right.
Have you been playing Wing Commander Prophecy or something?
What?
What?
You wander into the Kava system.
Over my head.
Oh, okay, fair enough. You just never played the game.
I got it. I got it. It's like the Dagobah system, or the
Yeah.
Organ system,
You're the Dagobah system.
or the metric system.
We should call a system the metric system, just for shits and giggles.
Well, just have nothing make sense or measure up. This is the ship that did the Kessel run in 5 parsecs. Oh, you mean 3.8?
I'm a fool, but that's fine.
Yeah, you turned up on today when for some reason it would appear that we're all drunk.
That's
Oh, yes.
every day. That's every session.
That is not every session. I was not drinking last session. I just happened to bottle a bubbly this session.
I'm never drunk during sessions. I'm just weird.
You just
Lies.
happened
I
to
remember
bottle
you had a
the
white
bubble.
claw once.
That doesn't mean I'm
Oh, yeah.
drunk.
You said you didn't drink, not that you weren't drunk.
I said I'm never drunk during sessions.
Oh,
Then
what else
that's a
did you
terrible
lie
error
about?
on your part that you must immediately correct.
Oh, the music changed. Time to change the subject.
Oh, time to roll initiative.
I don't have my Underdark music. That's fine. This works.
Anything by Justin Bieber.
Freaking. Is it too late? I don't remember what his songs are.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
Oh, that's good Underdark music. That is.
You just quietly hear Ryder like, is it too late now to say sorry?
That's a
Wait,
slavery.
is Ryder an evil character then?
But no, he's a bard.
Yeah, but surely if you're singing that, it must be an evil character.
Yeah, but if we're going along and Sonny starts going, baby shark, do 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 do, we know we have to kill him.
You guys go, and
Usually I'd go in the front, but I don't think there's much point because I've got no idea which way we're going. So I shall go behind Grim, who I'm assuming is going to lead us,
yes,
or whoever leads us. So I will go.
He is leading you.
I will be at the back.
Okay.
We might need your stupid perception to look for traps and drow and things hanging from ceilings and all that sort of shit.
Grim has a not equally but very high passive as well.
And
Yeah.
we don't want to be snuck up on from behind.
Can you see in the
Well,
underpass,
talk
though?
for yourself there. Some of us do. But Buttercup trusts Henry's stupid perception. She hadn't toured with Grim before.
Grim's half elf. He's got dark vision.
Okay.
I thought he was a dragonborn.
That's Chendrith.
Oh, right.
Grim is the guy we've been interacting with for basically most of the campaign.
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention.
I'm surprised. Not really.
I'm
never came to
gonna walk behind Grim, but I will also have prepared a spell in the meantime.
Are you behind Buttercup then?
No, I'm directly behind Grim or next to him.
So you
So
and
I'm
Buttercup,
now behind you.
or you and Buttercup are walking in tandem?
Why am
Yes,
I
let's walk side by side.
Because Buttercup was like, I'm right behind Grim.
Oh, okay, then yeah, we'll walk side by side.
Chen and Ryder will be in front of Himri, and Grim will. I would suggest we try and be quiet about this.
Okay. Can everyone
My
see in the
middle
dark?
name.
Yes. Yes. Because you all can see in the dark, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
I just realised what my note and last thing was buy goggles of the night, and I didn't do it. But that's on me. Could have gone shopping, didn't.
Can you not see in the dark?
Yeah, I can, but I'd like to see it in the dark out to 120 feet.
Gotcha. Goggles of night don't do that, though. Oh, no, they do. You're right. Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah. I think I've had them before but I don't have them now, so there's no point in worrying about it.
Ryder actually has them because he's an Arcocrat. He can't see in the dark without them.
Oh.
So yes, stealth rolls, please. Ryder is gonna pass without trace. So add 10.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now here's a question. Since we've got the boots of Zephyr on, technically we don't make tracks or any noise when we're stepping on anything. Does that mean we get advantage?
No, you'll just have a passive add to your number.
There is the other thing, Crow. Me and you are 7 foot tall. We're in danger of smacking our heads on stuff. 24.
Is that with the 10?
Yeah, that's with the 10. Yeah.
Mine
I'll
is
roll
also
3.
24 with a 10. Shit, what the?
48!
Sorry.
Oh,
She stealths out of existence.
not the highest number I've ever heard yet, but it's very close. Yeah.
I rolled a 15.
Oh boy, that's something.
She have a good stealth as well.
Well, I think she's expertise in stealth.
Yes.
Stop stealing my moment. I have a good stealth.
What's Buttercup's stealth?
I'm the
11.
Oh, that's good. Oh gosh, Chen has disadvantage.
I was putting
Oh
it on
no,
the
wait, no, he
shelf.
doesn't.
Or underneath.
Well, Himry's number will bring up the party's number.
Wait, the person who's going to have disadvantage, I can give him Boots of Elven Kind to negate that.
He has them. I didn't see that. He does. He has
Okay.
them. He's just canceled straight up. You all begin walking off into the Underdark.
Right. Oh.
What is your preferences? Should we try and get there as quick as possible, or should we take rests?
How long will it take us if we go as quick as possible?
Doing math.
Because if it's 45 minutes, then I say we just go. But
It'll be about 10 days.
well, we need to take rest then.
Well, of course, but we could push through some nights.
I say we take it slow because I don't like the Underdark. Even the upper Underdark. But that's just me.
Very well.
I would rather take it slow and avoid stuff than go blundering into it.
Very well.
But we're a team, and obviously it's not just me. There are other people within this team. But Kendrick, what do you think?
I am happy to do whatever the group does.
Ah.
Boy, that's some loud click-clacking for a 48.
I'm sorry. Keyboard is loud.
Loud keyboard, good keyboard.
You guys begin going. Henry, D100.
D100. 11.
Ooh. Okay. As you guys travel, you hear a click-clacking around in the background, and
I'm wearing heels, shut up.
Yeah, she's really only 5 foot. All this time.
As you guys are walking, you come to a sort of narrow path that you have to kind of shuffle sideways.
They like it being on.
And below you is a lake of some kind. And most of your passives, I think actually all of your passives. Yeah. All of your passives are high enough where you will see several things swimming around underneath the surface.
I put my hand on Grumble's shoulder because I know he's going to stick his head in the water.
It's like 50 feet down.
Okay.
Yep.
But there are things churning in the water below you. Very large things.
Can we make a nature roll to sort of like see what they could be?
Yeah.
That's a 15.
Less than 15.
Grumble, you're not sure. Buttercup, you're not 100% sure with a 15, but it is gargantuan, and it does seem to have multiple tentacles to it. And there are several of these.
Oh, God, are they aboleths? We've seen aboleths before.
No, they're not aboleths. You would know that with a 15.
Right.
They're much bigger than aboleths.
Kraken.
Really, aboleths can be huge, can't they?
I think they're size huge, and this is gargantuan.
Well, I'm assuming everyone else can see these things. Is there a way around this water?
Yeah, if we stay on this side path, yes. I would just try to not make any noise.
Oh, silence is my middle name.
You guys continue.
Do we need to roll stealth to not make
No,
noise?
your stealths are still in effect.
Oh, okay. That's a bit of luck.
You guys continue onward, and with no sun, no real way to know what time of day it is, you go until you feel exhaustion about to come on you. About to come to you. And you take long rests.
I'll take first watch.
I will join you. Grim will join you.
Oh. What's your favourite cut of meat, Grim?
Personally, I like a good burger.
Oh, I shall.
No, he's
put
asking
in
Grim.
The bag of
Shut up.
the bag of butchery, and I shall pull out a good burger. Obviously, it is just a raw mincemeat in a patty.
Yes.
It's a. There you go, and I shall have one as well.
All right. What's your perception?
Oh, what, passive or active?
That's up to you. You can take your passive if you'd like, or you can roll your active.
I will take my passive, which is a natural 20.
That's what?
My passive is 20, so effectively that's a natural 20. Worth a try.
Wait, I have. Okay, your numbers are wrong for me then. Let me make sure. So your passive perception is 20.
Yeah, my investigation is 15, and my passive insight is 8.
Okay. Yeah, your perception was a little lower on my sheet, so I just had to update it.
No worries.
D100.
Oh, okay. 49.
49. As you guys are having watch and eating, idle conversation, you both will hear like squeaky wheels of like a wagon being pushed.
Oh. I shall draw my sword and get my shield ready and start silently nudging people to wake up. I'm assuming this is coming towards us.
Hold on. Maybe not. Let's just see if it passes.
But are we on the path?
I don't know.
I'm just seeing Captain Price
Did we
and Pripyat saying,
find?
"Let them pass."
You shall not pass.
If we have
No,
issues,
in card where you're a young Captain Price.
if there's issues, we can quickly wake them.
Yeah, but we could also have them totally awake. But we're not going to see this guy until he's sort of like 60 foot on top of us, which might be a bit of a stretch to actually like get everyone up and ready and spells prepped and.
Fine. Buttercup starts stirring everybody.
My dark vision is much greater. It's 150. Do I see him?
Yeah, I'm leaning over you.
No, because you're not awake.
Okay.
But as Buttercup wakes you guys up, it's up to you if you get up or not.
Yes. I'll look around.
Yes, I will look around.
Or stealthily listen, maybe.
Perceptions.
How do you stealthily listen?
I'll hide and listen for sounds. Perception. 27.
23.
So just 32. And then for you, yeah, okay. Okay. Henry, you, as it sort of squeaks slower and closer to you guys, you hear whistling? Like a happy whistling? And Grim kind of looks at you. Do you hear that?
Yeah. Is it in like a melody? Or?
Yeah. It's like a tune
Something
that you're unfamiliar with.
recognized? Oh.
If it's a deep note, I'm going to eat it.
Do I see anything?
Wait.
Not yet. After about 30 more seconds.
I'm ready a spell, by the way.
Okay. Grim is just ready to cast haste on Buttercup for the record. After about 30 seconds, you guys see like a traveling merchant cart being pushed by a halfling. Well, Grumble, you will see it first.
A normal halfling or like an evil halfling?
A normal halfling.
Halfling 150 feet that way. I will whisper to Grim.
Is he dangerous?
Does he look dangerous?
He's just whistling and pushing his cart. You don't see weapons.
Not really. But he's in the Underdark. Maybe Grumble should go say hello.
Wait. No, wait. Take someone else with you.
Take Chendra.
Henry, follow Grumble stealth.
On it.
Grumble's going to walk up to the halfling and approach within, say, 60 feet and say, hello, friend.
No stealth around.
I'm waiting on your stuff.
Whoop. I rolled 31. Is it still plus the 10 or is that for now?
No, that's not in effect.
Okay, then 31.
Oh, only a mere 31.
I'm going to pick up a rock
Okay. Easy. He stops whistling and... Oh, a customer! Hello!
Oh, hello. Oh, are you a traveling merchant? A tinkerer? What do you sell, Grumble Wonders? Yes.
What do you need?
Do you have any dragon scales?
I?
Oh, you do? Do you have any golden dragon scales?
I?
Would he be willing to sell them to Grumble?
For a price?
And what would be your price?
5 gold per scale.
Oh. Insight check.
Is high halfling for no?
18.
He's not lying to you.
Dragon scales are extremely expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And he's willing to sell them to me for 5 gold.
Seems to be.
There may not be a market down here for them, but...
Mr. Halfling, what is your name?
Sandkin.
Sandkin. Are you aware that dragon scales normally cost much more?
Are you aware that I don't sell them? At all? Like ever?
Oh, okay. Then Grumble will buy some from you.
What about your friend? As he points to where Henry is.
Henry, would you like some dragon scales?
Sure.
You're not very hidden, dear.
Okay, so Grumble's gonna go up and...
I want to do an inside check.
Go for it.
35.
What are you trying to gather?
How the fuck did he see me? What's his deal?
He seems to have just saw you, but you never saw him look your direction.
He has blind sight.
Yeah, but he didn't look in my direction.
Yeah, blind sight you don't need to.
No. Echolocation, something like that.
I don't know what that is.
So, there's different senses. You know what Daredevil is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, there's different senses in D&D where things or creatures or whatever can just see the world around them without vision. As long as you enter their range, they just know you're there. Dragons have it. You can't really sneak up on a dragon because they just know you're there.
Okay.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! No, I asked for the wrong ones. Crap. Do you have platinum-plated dragon scales?
Oh, what? No. That's not even possible.
Really?
That's what he says.
Why would this halfling
I can't remember if I bought these already or not. I had a buy list. Give me a minute.
What do you need dragon scales down here for anyway? There's many more useful things I could sell you.
There is a spell called Fitzburn's Platinum Shield.
Do you have the belt, Charlotte? Did you get your belt?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't take that off my list for some reason.
I can't remember. Did I can't remember if I actually bought this thing or not now, because I remember it was the whole thing where I was getting the statue and the gems for one of the spells, and I don't remember if I bought this or not because I haven't written it down.
Well, then you probably didn't buy it.
Hmm.
Well, fuck. Okay,
would any of your companions over there like anything?
Grumble does not know, but Grumble will see what you have to offer. What does he have?
The card is covered. You can't see anything. Just what do you need?
Do you have anything you could suggest that is very useful?
Invisibility potions.
Have some of them already. Do you have invulnerability potions?
Oh no, those are hard to come by.
Supreme healing?
Yes, I have all types of healing potions.
Oh, how much could I buy a supreme healing potion for?
Well, I know this off the top of my head. However, the person playing me may or may not be a moron. Supreme, you said, yeah?
Yes.
I'd be willing to part with Supreme for 50 gold each.
Are you kidding me? There is something wrong with this guy. That is not the price. Okay, Grumble will buy 10 of them.
I have 4 of them.
Grumble will buy 4 of them.
Passes you 4 Supreme healing potions.
I'll pass him 200 gold. Can I check these supreme healing potions to see if they're legit?
Yeah, Arcana.
$23.
Yeah, they're legit.
Oh, do you know where Grumble could find the wish spell?
If I knew that, I would have found it already.
Oh, just checking. Okay, so we have potions. What about? Oh, maybe Grumble should ask his friends. Friends, there is a very friendly merchant here selling things. Come and buy things, yes?
Oh, I don't trust this guy.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Buttercup.
Yeah,
Ryder's just like, fuck it. Walks over.
Oh,
Ryder's gonna buy potions.
nah, as much as I'd like to buy something off this guy, and he probably has got something I want, every time we've been offered bonus gear like this, it's on the arse. So I'm going to look round and, whilst everyone's focused on him for whatever shag nasty is a pit trying to take us from behind.
Okay. Do you want to keep your passive, or you want to make the active check now?
I shall.
Keeping in mind, there literally is no downside to rolling, because if you roll lower than your passive, it is just your passive.
Yeah, no, I am going to roll it this time. 25.
25. You look around to see if anything is like behind you or sneaking up on you, or
From the sides, anywhere.
yeah, you look around the area. You don't see anything.
Grim, have you got true sight or anything like that? See invisible?
That's a good that's actually a good question. Does he have true seeing?
Oh, Grumble has an idea. Do you have a map of the Underdark?
Nope, he doesn't have true seeing or see invisibility. I do not, sorry, Buttercup.
Okay, I'm going to do detect evil.
Okay.
I'm going to say any. Yeah, so I can also know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Yes, any celestial fey fiend or undead within 60 feet of you will ping.
And I detect evil as well.
Yeah, you don't feel anything.
What, even
Well,
off
he gets
this-
one. He gets pinged from me, doesn't he?
Oh,
Well,
yeah, celestial.
yeah, but you don't get any pings off things you don't already know about. Like, obviously, Hemry and Grumble will ping as a fiend and a celestial to you, but you knew that already.
I'd laugh if she didn't, and she was like, oh, "What's going on?"
I launch a rock at Grumble.
Oh, actually, do you have any magic rope?
Magic rope.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean?
I do not know. Grumble always wanted a magic rope.
What do you need a map of the Underdark for?
We are traveling, and this is the Underdark.
You don't know where you're going in the Underdark.
I don't know many things.
Where are you traveling to exactly?
That way.
Grumble points up.
Well, you're going the goddamn wrong direction to be going up. You don't have a final destination.
Oh, there is a final destination, yes. Oh, Grumble remembered something. Wait 1 minute, quick merchant while Grumble looks at Kassoon.
He will look at Himri. So where are you going exactly, miss?
I don't know if that is anything you should know.
Well, perhaps I could give directions.
We have a guide.
Very well.
Oh, I really want to launch this rocket. This guy's going to be super powerful, though, isn't he? Where did he get the potions from? Was it off the cart? Because the cart said the cart's covered.
He just reached into the cart.
What does the cart look like?
It's like a halfling-sized covered merchant's cart. So it's got two big wheels on the front, and then he like picks it up by two handles and pushes it along like a wheelbarrow.
So he's full of all this stuff. He's either remarkably strong or he's not a halfling. I don't believe he's a halfling. But he's also not a celestial or fiend or anything like that. He could be a polymorph dragon.
And dragons can just shapeshift. They don't.
Yeah. I'm going to stay where we are, which because it's in sort of cover. I'm not getting out on.
Does anybody else want anything?
Maybe ask the hand.
I can't. He's no longer with me.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I got ditched by the hand. Everyone ditches me in the end. Even the good voice in my head ditches me.
Grumble has a question. Do you happen to have boots of a zephyr?
No.
Just checking. Do you have any oil of etherealness?
Oil of etherealness?
Yes.
Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, how much can Grumble buy it for you from?
I'd part with it for like a gold.
Oh, could Grumble get some vials?
Wait,
Did you say how many vials?
Yes.
One.
Grumble will buy one.
Tosses you up.
Oh, could Grumble also get a necklace of fireballs?
Oh, I don't have that.
Okay. In one more moment.
What on earth is a cauldron of rebirth?
I feel like that's self-explanatory.
It's not got any item description at all.
The Cauldron of Rebirth. Must be attuned to by a druid or a warlock, which is not you. This tiny pot bears relief scenes of heroes on the side. Okay, but I don't care about that. What does it do? Function. It can function. Okay. You can use the cauldron to create a potion of greater healing.
Ooh.
The potion lasts 24 hours and then loses its magic if not consumed. You can use the cauldron to crouch inside of it weird. If you place a corpse of a humanoid in the pot with 200 pounds of salt for 8 hours, the salt is consumed and the person comes back to life. So you just salt the dead and then make them alive. 200 pounds of salt. That's so much salt.
That is.
Oh,
200 pounds.
That's more than I weigh.
Yeah, probably sell it to you for 3 gold, then 200 pounds of salt for 1 million gold.
200 pounds isn't that much. That's only like 110 kilograms or something.
200 pounds is more than I weigh.
Yeah, but when it comes to salt, that's not that much.
I mean, have you ever lugged around 200 pounds of salt? I haven't.
No, but
200 pounds is 90 kilograms.
I thought like a pound was 564 grams.
Did you Google it already? Is that what you
I
did?
googled it.
Okay.
It's 90.
Then I agree with Google. I must be wrong.
What's that in inches?
oh. Do you happen to have an instant fortress?
No.
Okay.
I can't seem to find them. There's this bag where you can get a summoned creature by rolling a D something. Do you know what those are called again?
Oh! I don't.
There's different colours of it, though, isn't there? Like
Yeah.
grey, yeah.
Yeah.
It might just be called something cunning, like the Bag of Summoning or something.
Tommy! Thank you for 52 months of continued subscription and summoning Guitar Cat!
Hey, Tommy.
Tommy, how you doing? I think it's Bag of Tricks.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Because you can pull out a weasel, a rat, a panther, an elk, a boar, a lion, a brown bear. And there's tan and rust and gray colored Bag of Tricks.
You can get a goat.
Yeah, here we are. 1 second. Because I wanted one of these before, but I was never able to get one.
Tommy, I hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for freaking resubscribing, you legend.
Can I get
Do you have a tan bag of tricks?
Yes.
Oh, can I get one of those from you, please?
Sure, 5,000 gold.
Grumble cannot afford this. Oh, Bible them.
You just dropped by to say hi because it's 5 a.m. Oh my gosh. Have fun with D&D. Tommy,
Set your alarm.
enjoy the rest of your sleep and or if you're getting up, your day. My good lord, 5 a.m.
Sadly, this is beyond Grumble's price range, but Grumble thanks you.
That's it, that's all I got.
There's a hammer I was interested in. I'm going to sort of yell out for the... Where is it? Zach will know the hammer I'm after. I can't think of the name of it.
Is it
The
Thor's
hammer
hammer?
of Thunderbolts?
Is it that it? Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me. Hammer of Thunderbolts. Hammer of
Yeah.
Burning. Hammer of Thunderbolts
There we go.
is way worse than what you have.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I thought it was better than that. How much would it... does he have a hammer of thunderbolts?
2,000.
Oh, so close. How much gold have I got? Grim, can you lend me 500 gold?
No. No, I am not going to lend you 50,000 copper.
I said, I've got 1,500.
Just short then.
How about 1,500 and the pelvis of Josian Duran? I'll hold it up.
Disgusting. No.
1900.
You're just short there.
Has anyone got 100 gold they can lend me?
Buttercup, what do you need 100? Why do you want this?
Oh, because it gives me a strength of 30.
Only if you are wearing a belt and ogre gauntlets.
Which I am.
Why are you wearing a belt and ogre gauntlets?
Because I want a hammer of thunderbolts. Aren't you
Fuck it,
thinking-
I'll lend you the 100. I'll give you 100. If it's literally going to put your strength up to 30, then I will do it.
Because I don't think it needs. I actually need to weld it. It just gives me the strength. Oh no, I have to be holding it.
Oh, then no, I'm not going to give you the 100.
No, but it doesn't say I have to be using it, so I could hold it behind my shield.
It would eat an attunement slot, so you would literally be attuned to a belt, the gauntlets, and this, and nothing else. For 1 extra strength. When you have a storm giant belt that's putting you at 29.
Yeah, no, it's the principle of the thing, isn't it? Let's see. Don't worry about it. I think it only gives me a lot +1 on hits and everything anyhow.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. Thank you for your time. I shall keep my 1,500 gold.
You want potions?
Goggles of the night?
Gophers of the night?
Yes, can I have some gophers of the night, please?
He blinks, confused.
Goggles, wasn't it?
Wait, okay. I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Those ones that extend your night vision out to 120 feet.
Oh. Yes, I have those.
Oh,
I'll part with them for 10 gold.
I throw 10 gold at him. I'm not sure how far we are away from him.
Well, you're gonna have to come down here and get them. I'm not gonna throw them at you.
in the meantime, Mr. Wondrous Halfling.
If you give them to Lanky there, then that'll be fine.
Hands them to Grumble.
I'll take them.
Oh,
Do you
it's
have
name's
an
Dunyan, by the way.
do you have-
It's not Grumble, it's Dunyan.
Do you have an item called Dimensional Shackles?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've got some shackles if you're into that. It's in my bag too with my oil of slipperiness.
I've got manacles already. I just wanted to see if I could get the upgraded version.
Do you have any beads of force?
Actually, I'm sorry. Yes, I do actually have the shackles.
Oh, Grandma would like to purchase the shackles. How much would you
300.
sell them?
Grumble will buy them at 300. Wait, isn't 300 massively expensive? They're
Nope, that's the normal price.
2,000 though in costumes, so shouldn't that mean they're 200? Which would yeah, he's making profit on me, of course. Yeah, 300. Yeah, I get it. I'll buy him. Sorry, I completely forgot. People need to make money, yo.
Do you have an immovable rod?
It's several.
Oh, how much?
I should not have given you guys the ability to shop. 400 gold each.
Oh, I shall buy one of those. And I proceed to throw 400 gold at him.
Yeah, it's the rod to Grumble.
I'll take the rod. 1 second, I'm not done buying yet. If you gave me the chance.
No, I do not have beads of force.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Was it 400 or 200? Sorry, I didn't take it off.
400.
400.
What does the elixir of health do?
Come on, computer. Come on, computer. There we go. It removes any disease afflicting you. It removes blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poisoned conditions.
Can anything else remove paralyzed?
Restoration spells.
The great one, right? Yeah.
I think that's right.
Isn't there true movement or something like that as well? Can remove them as well.
Oh, do you have potions of mind reading?
Yes.
How much are they, please?
20 gold.
I will buy 3.
I have 3. Gives you all 3.
I'm just buying things for shits and giggles now.
Well, I hope you all have a wonderful journey, wherever it is you're heading.
We will do, if we ever know where it is we're heading.
I could give you directions, potentially.
I look at Grim.
Grim's with you. He doesn't trust this guy.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but I don't.
I'm sure you'll get there eventually. And he starts pushing his cart.
Oh, before you go, Grumble has a question of you.
Hmm.
What is your favorite type of pastry?
Oh, I don't eat.
Oh, you don't eat? Oh, are you a deity?
What? Oh, that's silly.
Most halflings Grumble has met eat. Why do you not eat?
Never been a fan. Walks away.
What did he say? Never been a fan?
Yep.
Good luck on your travels. Grumble wishes you well.
He carts himself away.
Okay, awesome. That was clearly a trap. I don't know why I bought all this stuff,
Yeah.
but fair enough.
Identify something that you bought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll. Well, I don't have the identify spell.
Checking Grim. Nope. Nobody here has it.
Meh, we'll find out.
As soon as we come to use the damn things.
Oh, well, I suppose I could waste one of the potions of mind reading on one of you.
Try mine, it'll be the shortest.
So, do not resist.
Grommel's going to drink the potion of mind reading and try and read Buttercup's mind.
You gulp it down.
Yep.
Okay. Buttercup,
What's
you
it?
resist.
Oh, God, no.
Okay. Yeah, you read Buttercup's mind.
What's she thinking of?
She's imagining you covered in jam.
Well, Buttercup, Grumble did not know you were into that thing. Okay.
How the hell? How did I add stuff last time?
Grumble's going to go to whisper to her.
Grumble thinks she wants to eat him.
Yes, I was going to eat him. I have to admit that I kind of thought I was going to like brain him with a rock and then eat him, but because we were in the Underdark, so you know that is what they do down here.
I was whispering to him, you didn't hear it.
Oh right, I thought he was talking to me. Sorry.
And I was saying that you want to eat Grumble.
Oh yes,
You were imagining me covered in jam.
this is true.
Henry unsurprised, it seems.
At this point,
she was imagining mayonnaise. That was
With that, Buttercup and Grimm's watch come to an end.
Back to sleep, everyone. We'll have to rest extra long.
Who's taking second watch?
Henry, you want to stay up with Grumble?
sure.
I think we should move camp a bit because this guy knows where we were.
Meh.
Grumble will make a huge. I'll expend one of my wall of stones and I will make us a super fucking thick shelter.
Nice.
So it's going to be something ridiculous. Like I think it's like 1 foot. It's 2 foot is the normal. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, like 10-foot thick walls.
Don't you have to concentrate though?
Yeah, for a whole minute. After that, it becomes permanent. So I'll make us a giant shelter with just one entrance, and cover the floor as well.
Okay, you forfeit your initial long rest.
Really?
Yeah, you cast a spell.
I will not do that then, because I did not know that would happen.
That is not light activity.
Okay.
So, perceptions.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
30.
So, 32.
Why?
Because if you roll under your passive, it is just your passive.
Oh,
God.
then mine's 15 then.
There's no point in not rolling a perception check, ever. Okay. D100, Charlotte.
I've already rolled, so grow this time?
No.
Oh.
Did you just say no?
Yes.
Wait, what? I am now confused.
So we need to roll it?
Well, you need to roll it apparently because he said no to me. He doesn't like me anymore.
We didn't say who needs to roll it. Do I need to roll it?
You.
Oh. 20.
Okay. Grumble.
Yes.
Constitution save.
Oh, I knew it.
Knew what?
Hey, I had to get this as an advantage. 21.
Henry, Constitution save.
Oh, fuck. Constitution save. 12? Oh, no, I'll roll that again.
Okay. With a lucky.
Oh! I had an inspiration die.
Ah. Grumble.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You, as you guys are having watch, you begin to fall asleep.
Shit! Do I have time to do anything?
Hmm?
No time for an action or reaction or anything.
Reaction.
Can I react in a way? Give me a minute. Do I have any good reactions?
If I see him fall asleep, can I wake him up?
You can certainly attempt to, yes. And what do you do?
Poke him, prod, and talk to him.
Okay, you're just like, "Pah!"
Shake.
You start shaking him, poking him, and making him incredibly hard to fall asleep.
No, shit, I would need to use a proper spell to use the wand. No, the staff, sorry. No, I don't have a reaction.
Okay. You begin to fall over and fall asleep, and Henry smacks you and pokes you and prods you. It doesn't seem to do anything.
Throw water over him.
You throw water on him. He still falls asleep. Henry, you fail.
What?
You, with your passive perception, hear something that you heard recently. You hear the same melodic tune that the halfling was whistling being hummed in your ear.
I
And
wake
you
up Grim.
Okay. How?
Kick him in the face.
Anything, shake him, slap him.
Okay. You toss a rock at him, shake him. All kinds of things. He does not seem to stir as you begin to fall asleep.
No.
Next. Bark up. Anyone. Everyone.
You smack as many people as you can, but everyone seems sound asleep as your eyes droop closed.
Poke my hand with a dagger.
You do 1d4 plus your dexterity.
Oh, actually, 1 second.
You stab yourself for 12 damage? However much damage?
However much. I did it.
Even with the searing, stabbing pain, you lose the battle of consciousness and fall asleep.
Clarify, this isn't a spell, right?
No.
Okay.
Hey, let me check something. This wasn't a thing that alert helps against, right?
No, this would not help you with alert.
Oh. It can't be
Oh
surprised.
no,
while
we're
conscious.
gonna be sold.
What
Oh,
did you say, Charlotte?
I just read what it said, that can't be surprised while conscious.
Got it. You all fall asleep.
Which, this is pretty surprising!
You all awaken. Long rests are had.
yay! I get my spell back.
Does my damage come back?
Yeah, you're healed.
Okay.
You get your all that stuff back. As you guys wake up, you are not where you previously were. In fact, you all, as you wake up, blink your eyes a little bit as the sun is poking through a nearby entrance.
Well, that was weird.
Where the hell are we?
I'm just going to check to make sure I'm not manacled.
No, you're not.
Do I still have my gear?
Yeah, you have everything.
What's going on?
I shall approach the entrance.
What's the surroundings?
Cave. You seem to be in a cave, but you seem to be near the surface. Like, you can see the cave goes downward, but you guys seem to be near the surface entrance of a cave.
Are we near the cave that we went in at?
Doesn't look like that cave, no.
Okay.
Does this look like our exit? Where we were supposed to exit?
You don't know. You've never been
I'm asking.
here? Oh. Yes. How did we get here?
Oh, that halfling.
Buttercup, you poke your head out and
Yeah.
you see a sparse forest all around you.
I can't see anything for these trees.
What do you wish to do?
Oh,
I wish to
this is
inquire if
where
I
we were
know of
supposed to
any-
be.
I'm going to look at Grumble. Did you bring us here? You was on watch, and we woke up here. Is this what you did whilst we was on watch? Did you carry us?
Oh. No, Grumble thinks we were assisted by... That was not a halfling.
Perhaps it was Tempest. I shall pray to Tempest quickly.
In those books I've got about John Marquette, he wasn't a halfling, was he?
No, here's not.
I got 77 on my praying to Tempest and grovelling roll.
Nothing happens.
But this is what we wanted to know.
He was specifically said he wasn't a deity, so I don't think he was lying. Do we know of any uber powerful halflings?
Or someone with a disguise.
Tamora?
Well, we're where we wanted to be, so let's keep moving.
Crap, what was the guy's name again?
Sandkin. Grim will walk out of the cave, and it's been a long time since I've been home.
Does it look the same? Is it under snow?
It's... Well, looking at it like this will trick you into thinking it's peaceful.
Well, maybe it has been a long time since you've gone. Maybe they've introduced democracy and voting and gay and lesbian rights and everything, and everyone's happy.
Considering the wall is still up, I doubt it.
Well, maybe that's what's keeping out, because it wasn't great on the other side of the wall. We're being honest. Maybe this is the good side.
That would be a twist. We should head north.
Alright, lead.
He walks off.
I follow.
You guys go for a little bit.
Grumble's just gonna carve into the wall of the cave. Sandkin is number one. Smiley face.
I want to look for tracks. What did we come here on a cart? Is there any tracks around? Because caves are notoriously dusty.
Go for it. Make a survival.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Hang on a sec. No, not -3. What the hell are you doing, game? Stop trying to... 16.
You take a good look around, and yeah, you don't see anything. You don't see cart tracks. You don't see footprints. You don't see anything other than where you guys were, like, laying.
Right. So it looks like we just sort of like floated here.
Yep.
Is there any way to tell how much time has passed?
Not without asking somebody what day it is.
Okay. I assume no one here is friendly towards us.
Grim is gonna go north for a little while.
I will follow Grim.
After a couple hours off in the distance, there's a sort of small town within the tree line, and Henry, I hate to do this, but would you mind maybe going and stealing a couple horses for us?
Why do we need horses?
So we can get around?
We have magic carpets.
Yes, but you cannot use that here.
Oh, okay. Could we not purchase horses?
You could do that if you try to buy horses off of people, but I do want to stress this to everybody. Your normalcy on the rest of the continent does not apply here. There is not going to be magic shops. People are not going to be able to sell you weaponry. Even producing a large amount of money could be suspicious. We do not want to be caught before we can spring a trap.
Oh, okay.
You need to act as best you can poor, and if you go places, disguise yourself so that you don't show any magic items or weapons, or leave them behind.
Oh, okay. I shall cover my shield and remove the polish off my shield so it looks a bit denty and shitty then.
Okay.
And put that on my back.
If you do not want to steal the horses, I cannot make you, but I feel it would be useful to have them.
Yeah,
I'll go and steal horses, no problem.
I mean, I'm already wearing like homespun robes, like already pretty peasanty. So
The last outfit I wore was of the Pope. I think it was the Pope of Tempest. So I'm assuming I haven't got those on at the moment. So I've just got I've only got commoner's clothes, so I'm
so
sort
you're
of
good.
Yeah.
And Henry's robed up, so she's also fine.
Well, we got the hats of disguise, so we could put those on and look like.
Yes.
Yeah.
You all have massive disguise that you were given. Also, I cannot be seen, as much as I hate to say that. They do know me here, so unfortunately I cannot walk into towns, I don't think, without disguise.
Do you want a hat of disguise?
I have a mask, so I should be good, but I try to avoid unnecessary risk.
Okay.
If you two want to grab horses, we're going to keep walking. You can catch up with us with the horses.
Where's the best place to steal horses?
That town over there, I would assume, has some horses. If they don't, then just catch up with us.
How many horses do we need?
I just grabbed 2 for now.
That's not going to be enough to sort of ride, surely.
Well, if you grab more than 2, it may be suspicious. So 1 for each of you wouldn't be terrible.
I could go in multiple times as multiple faces.
You could do that. I guess just just be careful if they catch on to you. Maybe don't go back.
What's the punishment for horse rustling here? Is it a mild spanking or is it death?
Well, if Lornakian is still in charge, which I'm assuming he is, which is why we're here, most all crime, even petty crime, is going to result in execution.
Right. Okay, don't get caught, Henry.
I'll do my best.
Oh, I have an idea. maybe Grumble should shift us all to the ethereal plane and we can just walk from there.
We still could not. We wouldn't be able to interact with the horses, and we're fine walking in the field like this as long as nobody comes up to us.
Okay.
Ryder is gonna look at you, Himri, and be like, "Hey, you're pretty stealthy. I know you are, but like, here's some help." And he inspires you.
Oh, thanks.
Grim has a question. Is flying considered unusual?
I would imagine.
If you have wings, is flying considered unusual?
For now, let's say yes, but if you observe differently, I'm wrong.
Okay.
Grumble will keep his wings hidden underneath his cloak.
He will. Are you going in with Himri, Buttercup?
Yes, but that's why I'm going.
Oh yeah, he'll inspire you as well. So you both can add a D12 to a D20 roll of your choice within the next 10 minutes.
A D12? What level bard is he?
20.
Damn.
This is one of the very few level 20 characters on the entire continent. So, Buttercup and Himri, you guys head off to the village?
And I shall, as we get closer, I'm going to, if we see people, I'm going to judge the sort of outfits and costumes and what people sort of look like, and then I'm going to adjust my hat of disguise to, mask of many faces I've got. No, not hat. I'm going to adjust that to sort of fit in.
Okay, you kind of observe what everybody looks like, and then you blend in.
Yeah.
Himri, you remain you?
We'll do the same thing, but we'll use the mask of many faces.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a mix of all races as far as you can tell. You don't see Warforged anywhere, or constructs, but there is a mix of all kinds of different races. You don't see anybody that you would consider an adventurer. You don't see anybody with, like, nice nobility clothing. It's common folk.
It's a Grumble type of town.
So, what form do you take?
I take human.
Human male or human female?
Human female.
Okay.
Half elf.
Female, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Short brown hair, rags.
Same height?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a foot shorter. I'm going to take the whole foot off.
That will blend you in better.
Yeah. So I was thinking.
You guys kind of wander in town. People seem to be going about their business, selling stuff on the side of the road, but it's not like the vendors you're used to where they have, nice wooden stalls that they can set up. It's just these little rags or carpets that they've put down on the ground, and they're kind of sitting on the ground. Apples! Bucket of apples. One copper.
Buy my piss. Right, we need to find a blacksmith or something where, or a bar where there's tying out horses outside, or a unit of cavalry.
An inn.
So, investigations.
Investigations. 32.
16.
Okay. You're both able to see. First and foremost, you're both able to see a stable. It's a small stable. It only holds about 10 horses, and there are only 4 stable at the moment. And you're able to catch one horse stabled outside of an inn, and then Himri, you catch a couple horses behind a house. This is the only house in town that has horses hitched to it.
Is there anyone around the horses?
Which
Is it 2 behind?
You take a look around with your passive. There's a couple of neighbors, but they're not looking at you or anything.
I'll take the one at the inn.
Do a stealth check.
I'm just going to get on it. Like I own it.
Okay. Okay. Roll a persuasion check.
Probably should have stealthed it then. Oh, 26. Huh.
You just wander up to the horse and unhitch it and just get on like you own it.
Yeah. And
One
then
guy kind of looks at you and you just kind of nod and he nods back and you ride away.
I'll smile and wink and then look over my shoulder as I go and then just leave town.
Okay. You just head off. Nobody seems to say anything.
Roll a romance check.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Because I've really upped the charisma on this disguise.
It's a persuasion check again.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, what the hell? What? It's a -1.
Wait.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's,
-7.
It's 13.
yeah, so yeah, I'll take that 13 rather than the. I fall off the horse and land in some shit.
You kill the horse somehow.
Yeah, the horse's back breaks.
He kind of like blushes and then runs away.
You can tell me you're like 12 now, aren't you?
So Buttercup is gone
Yeah.
successfully. Henry.
Are the horses like round back, not really visible, or like?
So yeah, the only reason you saw them is because your investigation was massive. But they're like, so you know how maybe you don't, but there's like houses in a row, and then the backyards face each other of houses.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in the backyard of this house. You don't see anybody in the backyards of other houses. There's just a couple neighbors out front doing like gardening work.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna try and stealthily take them. I'm stealthy.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ballsy.
Yeah. 38.
38. You wander over. Nobody seems to give you any notice. And you start unhitching the horses. One of the horses starts to act a little unruly with you, not recognizing you.
Try to calm it.
Animal handling.
Not something
13.
good at.
Are you happy with that?
I can add something, right?
D12.
Yeah, D12 with your inspiration, yeah.
Add 9 to it.
22. You calm it down before it starts to get really unruly, and it seems to accept that you have it.
Wait, I zoned out what?
Hi, welcome back. You are able to calm it with a 22 before it starts to get really unruly.
Okay.
And it seems to just accept that you are leading it somewhere.
Okay. I'll lead them back to the
You
others.
just walk with them in reins in hand, or you ride one?
Ride one and the other tied to the other.
Okay.
As we're going, I'm going to be casting Speak with Animals.
Okay. Henry, you get out of town. People don't seem to stop you. And you guys start riding back toward the group, and you cast Speak with Animals.
Hi, I'm Buttercup. What's your name?
Horse.
Oh, hi, horse. You may have noticed, but I'm not the usual person who sits on your back. But we're going on an adventure. Is that okay with you? I don't want you to be an unwilling participant in this, so I'm going to ask your opinion. Obviously, that's never happened before, so friends, what would you like? What's your favourite cut of meat?
What is meat?
Ah, right. God. Oh, awkward. I'll see what's in my. I've got iron rations. Has that got fruit and stuff in?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'll try and feed him some fruit. I'm trying to befriend him.
Animal handling.
Animal handling. Here we go. All right. $22.
It takes the dried fruits and things that you feed it, and as long as there's food.
Oh, you and me are going to get on fine. I'm going to have to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Grumble. Do you know what cakes are?
What is cake?
Have you got some? Are you going to have an eye opening, my friend? Right, let's go.
Cake will kill the horse, right? That's a thing.
It
Like
wouldn't do if
sweet,
it's
like
It
or
shouldn't
no.
do.
That's no. Okay.
Horses have problems with gluten digestion, but in general, you can feed them sweets. We used to have a horse near my old school, and we used to feed him a little mini, kind of like individual little Snickers bars.
They're famous for eating like mints, aren't they? Polos and that sort of thing. That's supposed to be the thing. You just give them polos.
Yeah. But you know what I'm talking about? Those tiny little mini fun-sized Snickers. We used to feed them, and the farmer said it was completely fine.
Yeah, I suppose it saved him feeding it.
I'm gonna plead ignorance on this because I have never in my life messed with horses. But you guys ride back on horseback. You catch the group fairly quickly, but you ride up. Oh, you grabbed a third one. Did anyone see you?
Not that I noticed, and I would have noticed.
Hi everyone, this is Horse. Horse, this is everyone.
Hey,
that's Grumble. He's the one with cake. That's Grim. He's grumpy. Over there, that's Ryder. Don't know much about Ryder. Haven't really spoken to him. It's probably an oversight. And there's Chendrin. And over here is Himri with two other horses. Hi, horses.
Hi.
What's their names?
We're both Phobos. No. They're all Phobos. They're just horse and horse.
This one's horse and that one's horse.
Hello, horses. Grumble's gonna pull out a baguette of gluten-free oat bread, yes, and feed them.
They'll eat that.
Grumble's gonna give them this great scratch. Can I do an animal handling, see how much they like me?
Yeah. They seem to like Himri and Buttercup.
27. I rolled with advantage. I'm proficient.
That's not what proficiency does.
God damn it. 15.
It's okay. I mean, they like Buttercup and Himri more, but it's okay.
Grumble's gonna hang his head in shame.
Oh, it's just like when you abandoned Patches in that village and you never came back.
Did Patches ever make it back? That was one of the things on my list I forgot to pursue.
Yes, somebody will have delivered your cart back to the keep at some point. You guys continue. Toward the end of the day. Oh, go ahead. Did someone say something?
No.
Oh, okay. Toward the end of the day, Grim will stop you all and... Okay, for now, I think this is where we'll make camp. But we have a lot of things to do.
Okay, so Right, everybody stand back.
So Grumble's going to make his 20-foot stone dome with extra super thick things, but he's going to do it underground, if you see what I mean. So there's like little steps going up.
So we got a bunker.
Yeah, basically.
I'm still gonna pitch tents and whatnot, but yes. You do it.
Okay. Then I will use, after concentrating to make it permanent for a minute, I will then use my molder to make a little chimney and a little fire pit.
Okay.
Nice and cozy.
Grim starts setting up tents and stuff. Alright, in the morning, we'll talk about a more thorough plan.
Okay. The 3 horses were enough? We didn't really find any.
Ideally, we need more, but it's a good start. That's fine for now.
How many of us are there? 6?
There's 6 of us. Hopefully there's a lot more of us soon.
Question, is there anything such as a wood elemental?
No, I don't think... Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's just the 4 elements.
That's a shame. We could use one.
I think they appear in supplements and things like that, but there's nothing. Well,
Magic the Gathering has a wood elemental. So no, not here.
I shall. Are we leaving the horses out? Are we just tying the horses up?
We can tie them to one of the stakes I put in the ground.
That right. Well, I don't mind taking first watch again.
Very well. We'll all rotate watches tonight. Long rests are had. I've already pre-rolled this. Nothing happens in the night for you guys.
Yay! Oh, would you mind feeding them some more root bread, Mr. Grumble? Just
Yeah, I will feed the horses.
Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the thought that I'm having. Obviously, you all are free to make your own decisions, but I think Buttercup and Himri, you two, as a duo, should go do some reconnaissance on the capital. Because we will probably have to attack the capital in order to overthrow Lonakian. And we need
I
to
would,
know...
except I don't know what that word means.
go and have a look round.
Which one? Oh, yes. I just have a look at, say, how many soldiers are there, how many guard presence, how hard would it be to get into the palace? Can you find a way into the palace?
Okay.
Ultimately, if you all wanted to, we could all try and assault the capital city right now. I would highly not suggest that, but, yeah. We could do that. I would rather get some support and some people here, because I'm assuming, if I remember the way it was before, the capital is going to have at least 1,000 soldiers in it. So we're going to need a distraction. And then Grumble and Ryder, you two head to the nearest town, south to Rhea, and see if you can't find those 2 resistance cells, or at least one of them, or people sympathetic to our cause. Maybe a blacksmith who'd be willing to give us weapons. Of course, if you don't feel comfortable revealing yourself, don't. But maybe you could poke and prod your way to find sympathetic parties. We need help, and we know Buttercup was helpful in letting us know there are 2 resistance cells somewhere in the country.
Buttercup beams at this. She's never been helpful before.
If we can find them, and also if you're in the capital and you are able to make contact with people, that would also be ideal. But we just want to know the strength and how hard it will be to get into the palace.
I'm ready. How far away is the capital?
From here, it'll be... If you go by horse, it'll be about a 5-hour journey. If you go by foot, it's gonna be days.
The horse it is then.
Grumble and Ryder will have a much shorter walk, so they can either walk or share a horse.
We could share a horse too.
That's fair. You could also share a horse together. Be aware, if nothing has changed, granted my information is almost 100 years old at this point, there will be no access to the palace grounds. Now, maybe you two can find a way in without, provoking an entire army, but that's not... I'm not asking you to do that. We just want to know what we're up against.
Right.
Yes.
From what you remember, what is the average magical ability in this area or region?
Magic is forbidden.
Look, could I fit my shield in my bag of holding? I'm thinking because will it stretch round the shield? Because I've said all along it's like a hoplite shield. So
I think so. I think it'll fit.
Okay, I'm gonna put my shield and my hammer and my bow and my quiver and everything, and just have a dagger. Have I got a dagger? Actually, don't know actually hold a dagger.
And then at some point, I would like to head north to the mountains and see if we can't find help in the mountains. When I've run resistances here before, I was able to gather help from tribes in the mountains, but they may have been wiped out at this point.
Are we good to that's where you want us to meet you, in the mountains?
No, that's much farther north from where you're going. I might even just have Chendrith go check that out himself. Alright. I'll be here setting up camp to get everything ready and to make sure nobody finds our stuff.
Well, we've got Grumble's bunker. He could cover that over, and that'd be quite secure in there.
Yes. Also, I will contact you all periodically to make sure everything is fine.
Right. You say magic is rare. Do they have a way of detecting magic? I mean...
Not that I know of. As far as I understand it, when Bonakian took power, magic casters were either killed or taken into his service. So the average guard and soldier will not know how to do it.
Right, okay. Well, I'm ready, Henry, if you are.
Yes.
What's my buddy's name again? I forgot.
Ryder Wellick. You both are very charismatic. Hence why he wants you guys to go try and find people to talk to. And then Buttercup and Henry are stealthy. Hence why he wants you guys to do the scout.
Ryder up to make some mischief, yes?
Oh, always.
Yeah, let's go. Walking or riding?
We should take one of the horses, I think.
This one's called Horse. I shall pass over Horse.
Grim, is there any kind of baked trade good that travels between towns?
That I don't know. I mean, your normal basic bread. But other than that, I don't know.
Okay, do you have any sacks?
As far as just carrying things?
Yes.
He tosses you one.
Okay.
So I'm going to put out 3 of my own because I bought sacks before. I will fill 3 sacks with hardtack.
Okay.
Because I can't just reach into the bag of rotisserie in town. So
correct.
Actually, that's a bloody good idea. Should we go disguised as meat sellers? If I fill
Can
up some
you
bags.
can the bag of meat butchery pull out smoked meat?
Yeah, it's pulled out smoked bacon before.
It pulls out cooked meat.
That might be an idea.
Yeah. Okay, I shall make some, get some like ham hocks, smoked ham hocks, and just tie them onto the saddle. So like about 6 of them.
Okay. And Grim will just toss you an extra sack if you want it.
If you want, I've got an additional. 1 second. I've used 3 of mine, 1 of yours. So I've gotten 8. No, sorry, 7. Yeah, 7 left.
7 what left? Sacks.
7 sacks.
Oh, I've got sacks, but I was going to leave them out, so it was obvious. But
that's fine. That's up to you.
Okay.
yeah, but I'll take some sacks anyhow, because bollock flies off them and things like that.
Sure. I'll give you about 3 sacks. We've got 4 each.
Okay.
And I do have 1 sending stone to me. So which one of you do you think it would benefit more?
Don't you already have a sending stone from me to you?
Do I?
He should.
Let me check. I do. So he will toss a sending stone to Henry.
Cool.
Don't let people see you have that, but should you need to contact me in an emergency, you can.
At sending stone to... Was Grim that handed me that?
Yes.
Wait, did Grim also not get the sending stone of awesomeness that everyone else got when we were doing the Shadowfather thing?
I think he does. I think that's the one I have in his inventory.
No, there's another one that I gave him specifically, just from between me and him, because I remember we were like up north, and I gave him the staff and I gave him the sending stone because I knew that we need to contact him to actually come back to it. And then there was the additional sending stone when we were actually doing the mission.
Who'd that connect to?
It was everyone. You said it was like there was a sending stone of awesomeness that connected all of us to each other.
Oh, yeah, that guy. No, he doesn't have that anymore.
Okay, right. All right, fair enough. So he's still got the one I gave him, though. That's fine.
Yes, Henry, that has 2 charges. It is not unlimited, so you have 2 messages to me.
I've got the one to you, haven't I, Grumble? So.
Well, you and I still have the sending stones of awesomeness.
Yeah. Yes. Indeed.
So you, me, and Henry can speak to each other as much as we want.
That might come in handy if things start getting sticky for us, or we just want to pass on the information. So.
Okay, so
Let's get going. Yes.
I will load up 4 sacks of hardtack, fill them to bursting, and tie them to the horse. And I'll let Ryder ride it, and I'll walk.
Well, I mean, you can just ride with him. You can just ride side saddle.
Okay. In addition to the other 4 sacks of hardtack.
Yeah, the horse
Fair
will be
enough.
fine.
Okay, I didn't want to be cruel to it. Fair enough. We will ride and have our goods.
Okay. And Henry or Buttercup, which one of you is driving?
Well, I can talk to it. So, shall I go at the front?
Yeah, I'll keep watch around.
Okay. Do a survival, Buttercup.
Okay. That's a natural 1. For a 5.
Assume.
We're back in the Underdark.
I assume you're gonna want to re-roll that.
Have I still got this inspiration?
Yeah, you didn't use it,
I don't
did you?
start using. I'll add that D12 to it then.
That is gone.
Oh, that's what I said. Okay, I shall re-roll it.
I mean, don't you just have an inspiration? That's what I meant. Yeah.
I got a 17.
Okay. You ride off north. Have Ryder roll his. Okay. What is your modifier, buddy? Okay. Grumble and Ryder. You guys head off, and eventually, you are heading off this direction, for the record. Whoa! Don't do that. Boop. And you guys head off. Eventually, after a couple of hours, you see a pretty freaking big city in the distance. The right side to you, so the southeastern part of the wall that would go around the city is completely destroyed. It's just, there's nothing there. It's crumbled and there's debris all over the place. Nobody seems distraught by that, as traffic is just going into city as normal.
Sorry, you talking to me or them?
You.
Okay, is anyone going through the actual hole in the wall?
Yeah, people are walking in and out of the hole in the wall constantly. This is like miles of wall busted. It's not a small hole.
Okay.
Do you think we should start where? Any ideas?
I mean, probably go through the gate. Try to be as official as possible, I would assume.
Okay. Start.
Crow.
Lead the horse.
Yes.
I'm not going to make notes for your bit because it's not stuff that I would know. So I will leave that to you to tell us what happens later on.
Okay, so giant hole in wall city.
Oh, you don't have to write so many notes. I promise.
I do because I can't remember anything. But when we get a grumble heavy session, I end up writing pages of shit.
You guys head up to the gate. You immediately, so here's what you see as you walk up to the gate. There are 2 towers. From what you can see, there are at least 6 crossbowmen and a ballista on each tower pointed down at the people. There's also about a half dozen guards that you immediately see outside of the gate that are checking people as they go in.
Prior to arriving, I was going to say, can I put on my mask and change my appearance?
Yes, of course.
I would like to appear as... I can't shrink too much, though, can I, with a mask?
A foot. 1 foot.
Okay, so I'll be the biggest dwarf ever.
Yeah, that would fly.
Transform yourself into Grim and go in.
Are half-orcs, present here?
Yeah, all the races minus, Constructs and Warforged seem to be present.
I'll be a half-orc.
Okay. You shrink down?
Yeah.
Okay. Ryder is gonna become a half-elf. You guys get up to the gate. 1 guard. Halt! Purpose.
Selling hardtack.
Show me, please.
Grumble opens up one of the sacks.
Ain't it good?
Gonna say 5 out of 10.
He reaches in and pulls one out, and City thanks you for your donation. You're good to go.
Grumble closes the sack and off we go.
You wander in. This is a fairly large city. You guys have been in Moon's Landing and some of the other larger cities. This is big. It's just kind of crappy. You get in. A lot of the city is...
Can I retcon one thing?
Yeah.
Stumble says 5 out of 10.
Who's Stumble?
Stumble is Stumble. Stumble is half-orc.
He had some brain damage at one point in his life.
Grumble's going to smile like an idiot.
He still takes one and sends you in. The city is in disrepair. Most of the paint is gone. It's mostly just on the base of the buildings. The stone is crumbling, and it's a freaking terrible city. The road has tons of potholes in it, but it's busy. There's lots of people here.
What's the overall cleanliness?
Filthy. There does not look like this city is taken care of in any way.
So, let's see where we can set up a stall. Maybe, yes?
Do we want to split up?
Do you have any specific plans?
I was going to wander to different taverns and see if I could overhear conversations. I doubt anybody's openly talking about, rebellion, but you never know.
Okay, then Grumble will head to the market district, yes.
We'll meet back here, yeah? End of day.
End of day, yes.
If you need it in the next 10 minutes, he inspires you.
Okay. Grumble's gonna try and head towards some kind of place where he can see a market.
Okay, investigation.
$19.
19. You wander around the city and you pass through an area where you're like, this could be a market, but you keep looking and you don't see anything, and you come back and you're like, this is probably it, but it's only like 18 or so vendors. There's not a lot of people here. Nobody's really yelling about what they're selling. It's just kind of dead.
What are they selling?
Like breads, water, skins, basic supplies, clothes. Like you see one guy's like, I'll fix your clothes.
To me?
Just like on the sign next to it.
Okay, right.
Okay, Grumble's going to find a spot, set out some of his additional sacks, and start displaying his wares.
Okay.
I take it Ryder took the horse, right?
If you wanted him to, he would have.
Yes, he can take the horse. I'll just be carrying the sacks on my back.
Okay. You set up. You're just waiting for people.
Hard tack. Gonna sell it cheap. Hard tack.
Persuasion.
24.
You see a pretty disheveled looking mother with her son. How much?
How much would you like to pay?
I can give you my day's. I can give you my day's portion.
Grumble's gonna look at him. Grumble is new to this area. Grumble normally just trades one for other. Could you explain?
Not Grumble, Stumble. Sorry, I keep on saying it.
She's gonna look at you. What do you mean you're new to the area?
Been in the woods for a few years.
She grabs her kid. Come on, we'll find something else.
Wait. Grumble will make the trade. How many hardtack for your portion?
I'm sorry. We walks away.
Shit.
Grumble's going to approach them, take 2 hardtack with him, and just shove them in their hands.
Go.
No.
Go.
I'm going to insist.
Intimidation.
$18.
She just nods and quickly walks away from you.
Hardtack, gonna sell it cheap.
Guard kind of wanders by you.
Good God, would you like to purchase some hardtack?
How much?
How about one for your portion?
Well, that's way too expensive.
What would you suggest in price then? Barter, trade?
1 copper.
1 copper.
Insight, is that a good price?
Go for it.
16.
No.
Is it a bad price?
Yeah.
As in bad, it should be worth more than 1 copper.
I mean, you don't really know what the market price is here in Dustax, but you imagine somebody could probably get 2 to 3 copper for these on the normal continent.
Say that again?
You don't know what the market price is here in Dustax, but normally on the rest of the continent, you think somebody could get 2 to 3 copper for them.
How about 2 copper?
Persuasion.
35.
Oh my god. Fine. Tosses 2 copper.
Oh, hand him a hardtack.
Tell your friends.
Walks away.
In the meantime, can I be looking around, seeing if there's anyone who looks particularly hungry?
Done. Mostly everybody.
Like someone really down on their luck.
Yeah, perception.
Gonna go with a 15.
Okay. I mean, you see several homeless people that just are laying on the side of the street.
I'm trying to think how I would go about this. Oh, well, what's wrong with them? Are they like drunkards? Are they just regular homeless people?
With a 15, you're not super sure. You can insight.
I'd like to insight. Shit.
Would you like lucky?
Yes, I will use my lucky. 23.
Well, one guy's missing both his legs. One of the other guys looks blind. There's this small child, so you're not sure if he's just been abandoned. He's like 10 years old at best. There's a woman who's just begging. You're not really sure what's wrong with her. That's what you see.
Okay.
It's gone quiet for everyone else, just me.
Yeah, I'm
And
just
Crow's-
thinking.
Oh,
I'm
right.
thinking.
Yeah.
I'm pondering.
He's pondering.
Oh,
While you're pondering, you two ride up and you see a very tall wall. There's literally only one building that you can see that goes above the wall. Everything else is just the wall as the skyline. And immediately, Himri and Buttercup, you guys will notice that there are at least 100 guards at the main gate.
Oh.
And they are checking everybody going in and out.
I'm going to keep some notes of what we see while we're here.
Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Do you ride in, or do you?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Ride in slowly.
Wait, let's think of disguise first, and maybe in a story.
Well, we're here to sell ham.
Okay, that's good. Disguise as
We're
sisters?
same disguises as before.
Well, I'll try to match her disguise to kind of be a sibling.
Okay. Right.
So you are
right.
2 human females.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll go up to the gate.
Okay. Couple guards walk over to you.
Oh, hello. I am Helga, and this is my sister Mavis. We are here to sell ham.
Oh, okay.
Mavis, say hi to the nice guardsman.
Hi.
Oh, okay. You're just here to sell ham.
Yes, we are here to sell ham and to find our fortunes in the city.
With him.
He points at Henry. I'm gonna need you to get off. I gotta check you.
Okay. I'll do that.
Did you leave your weapons behind, or do you have one on you?
I actually don't have any weapon. I thought I had a dagger. I don't even have a dagger.
Well, the disguise, how does that work?
Well, the disguise is just visual, so you don't look like you have anything, but if he touches you, he can find it if it's on you.
Okay, I'm gonna struggle to get out of, or to get off, and to leave the weapons, leave daggers behind and weapons.
Do a deception and sleight of hand.
Deception and sleight of hand.
Well, while she's doing this, I'll ask the other guard to hold the ham so I can get off, and I'll unhitch them from the saddle and hand them to him.
27 and 30.
Okay. They don't seem to notice, and he helps you down, Buttercup.
Oh, thank you very much. And if you don't mind holding my hams whilst I get myself sorted out, it has been a long time on the horse.
They are gonna frisk you guys.
Oh, buy a girl a drink first.
So, do either of you have anything on you that might be illegal?
Well,
No.
if we're talking weapons, no. No, I haven't got any weapons on me.
No magic items of miscellaneousness?
No.
Only in my bag of holding.
Okay.
Which I'll have hidden underneath my dress.
Okay.
In my cleavage.
They frisk you both. And I'm just gonna take your guys' word for it that you don't have anything. And,
No, I honestly don't have anything apart from I've got no weapons. Definitely. I thought I had
It's
a
just the
dagger. I don't
weapons.
even have that.
And the belt. Which I don't know if a belt would be like, oh, you're wearing a belt.
That's fair. So is the belt on you.
Yeah.
Okay. And you hid the weapons in the saddle as you got down with the sleight of hand. So he does feel the belt, but he doesn't seem to. He looks at you, but he doesn't, because you're visually disguised, he doesn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my belt on, but I'll have it disguised as part of, a nondescript belt as part of my outfit.
Yep. They just check you guys, don't seem to find anything, and alright, you good to go.
Oh, thank you very much. Where is a good place to go and sell our hams? Is there any restaurants or eateries here that might like some ham? Or maybe even the palace. We could all. If you have a knife, I can cut you off some of this delicious ham.
He'll just kind of look at you. Restaurants?
Eateries, doss houses. marketplace.
I guess you have to figure it out yourself.
Oh. Well, thank you very say thank you to the nice man, Mavis.
Thank you.
You you have to excuse me, but she was struck by lightning as a child.
Deception.
What? Did say? Oh, what really?
Deception.
Right. What is my deception? Oh, this is a +1 on this, so that's a 15.
I can show the leg scar I have if you want.
He'll just, sorry, ma'am, walk away.
Right. Let's just lead the horse in because there's no point in sitting on top of it.
No,
Guys,
I don't want to leave the horses.
No,
No,
lead
lead.
it. Lead.
Lead it.
Oh, lead. I thought you said leave. Let's leave the
Oh.
horse.
Did you
I'm not
understand
doing
the
that.
other voice better than this one? Did you want to lead the horses in?
I didn't understand that, yes.
Why are you Swedish chef? You guys lead the horses in. You come into Nodsug.
Nutsack,
This-
got it.
Nope.
Right.
You come into Nodsug. The city is mostly wood, as far as you can see, and everything is either 1 or 2 stories tall. The skyline is very short, except for one building that towers over everything off in the distance.
Do the buildings or old compared to this? Does it look like new construction, or is the
Older construction.
oh right? So it wasn't raised to the ground; it was always like this.
What do you wish to do as you enter city?
Well, shall we go and find the marketplace, and then we shall. We can just wander around at the moment, counting guards. That'd be the first thing, and gates and things like that.
Yeah, it's a good start.
And sort of slowly make our way towards that huge building, because anything that big is obviously they're compensating for something, so it's got to be a ruler of some sort.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also your passives are high enough for this to quickly, and your intelligences are high enough to quickly. As you wander into the gate, there is seemingly another 100 or so guards inside the gate that are checking people as they leave. And you guys start wandering around Nodsug. Immediately, heavy military presence is here. You don't go very far without seeing a guard or multiple groups of guards. You go around the outskirts of the wall, and there are no other gates in the city.
Oh,
You find the remnants of a western, eastern, and southern gate, but they have been stone shut, and nobody is using them.
Like stone, just covered up.
Like what
Right.
Grumble does, where he
Got it.
brings earth up to close things and whatnot. There are people wandering around. You do occasionally see somebody who looks a little bit more well-to-do than the normal common folk, but it's mostly still common folk.
right. What about guards on the walls?
That constantly. There's every 5 or 10 feet is 3 or 4 guards. And you see several ballista that are aimed out, not into the city, but there are several ballista every 30 or so feet.
Still taking notes.
You're gathering that this is not just a city, this is a fortress.
Are there guard houses inside the premises, inside the walls as well, or is it just
Make an investigation.
Oh, right. Okay, this is +5. That's a 21.
Not that you see. Not that you are familiar with and see.
All right. So the guards are probably all just based in that huge structure there, so we probably need to get in there. Is there anyone selling anything or pushing carts?
Yes, there are carts going past you, and here there are some, not that you know what is happening with Grumble, but there are some better wooden stalls that people have that are selling things.
Oh, right. I shall try and find the nearest one we can to the structure, the big structure. And should we set up there and keep an eye on this place while trying to flog some stuff?
Himri
Maybe.
has no opinion.
Right, okay. Me and Mavis shall...
Oh, she's gone.
Oh.
She's back.
Hello?
Hello. Right. I suggested
There we go.
we go to the... try and find the nearest sort of market area to the large structure in the middle. And then we set up there and... like, under the cover of trying to flog things, like one of us try and flog something and one of us keep an eye on the... get all the information they can of the building, entrances, exits, that sort of thing, guards going in and out.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll do that second part.
How well equipped are these guards?
Versus normal guards you guys find on the continent, they're actually less dangerous looking. They just have basic leather armor and like spears. None of them look like they're actually that well equipped. And they have short bows. They have a long and short range option. You go look for a market.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You guys go and look for a market. Meanwhile, Grumble, have you figured out what you want to do?
Yes, I have. But before we do that,
Yes.
Pee break?
Oh, we could do that.
Oh, thank Christ.
yes, we could do that.
Yeah,
Oh.
we'll take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll be back.
I've already gone. Bye.
Oh, BRB as well. I think my mic's fucking up.
All right. Crow, you know what you're doing?
Yep.
What you got?
Well, then no one's back yet, but we can do it now if you want.
It's just you and me.
Okay, so Stumble's gonna call the boy over. Boy, come here.
He will sheepishly come over.
How would you like to earn yourself a heart attack for the day?
I don't want a heart attack.
No, heart attack is bread, travel bread. Lasts long time, very nutritious.
There, let's hope this is better. I restarted Discord.
Were you having issues?
I kept, like, you guys kept cutting out. It was like... And no one else was having issues, because everyone was just going on as normal, and... I didn't
Yeah,
hear
it was the
someone,
same to
someone didn't
me
hear me.
before. it was the same for me before I crashed and then had to come back.
I had it earlier as well, where it cut out.
Damn it, Discord!
He'll shake
Maybe
his
the
head at
pranks blockaded Discord, and that's why we've got problems.
He'll shake his head at me. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to earn some bread.
you. I'm sorry. He'll nod his head at you. Yes.
Oh, good. So,
We're back to
first,
close and I'll go get some snacks.
here is your first job.
Grumble's gonna divide one of the hardtacks into quarters, and give 3 quarters and goes.
Give 1 to blind, 1 to legless, 1 to lady. Yes?
Oh, I don't like him. And he points to the blind guy.
I no like him.
He's mean.
Then 1 to legless and 1 to lady.
And one for me?
Yes, 1 for you, but your 1 is staying here, but you're going to get a full 1 when Grumble has finished with your job for the day. Yes?
Okay. He walks away. Goes and gives the woman it, and she looks confused, and the kid kind of points your direction.
Grumble will wave happily.
She just kind of nods, thankfully. He goes over to the legless guy, and he just takes it. Thanks the kid. Kid comes back.
Okay, so first you munch on this.
And Grumble hand him one of the quarters.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm Stumble. What is your name?
They just call me Road.
Road. R-O-A-D. Road.
Mm-hmm.
So, Road, here is your job. Your job is to keep Stumble entertained while he's selling hardtack. So, tell me about Blindy, Legless, and Lady.
Okay. Well, she was a city guard all the way up in Nodsug, but her husband and her kids were tried for execution. She didn't want to stay anymore, so she came here. He's a former soldier. The legless
Not so
guy.
fast, kid. I can't write that fast. City guard, husband, and son.
Yeah.
They were tried for what? Sorry.
Execution.
The execution is a crime.
Executed for what?
He doesn't say.
Okay, that's fine. So executed, and she came here. But did she quit the guard or was she cast out? Or did he not say?
He didn't say.
Okay, continue, kid.
He's a soldier. He's actually... I don't know if I believe him, but he was a resistance fighter at one point.
This Blindy.
No, legless. He lost his legs when the city was attacked by the dragon.
Isn't Grim hundreds of years old? And didn't this happen hundreds of years ago?
Grim is 140. And yeah, Grim fled Dustax 90 years ago.
This guy doesn't look 90, does he?
The legless guy?
Yeah.
Well, he's an elf, so he could be 500 and look 20.
An elf. Okay, right. So, elf, right. And,
And tell me about Blindy.
He doesn't really tell me much about himself other than to piss off. He's got lots of scars. You just can't see him because he's got his shirt on.
Scars on back, on front, or do we not know? All over.
Yes.
Time to get him naked.
God damn it! Is that a yes on the back, yes on the front, or yes on all over?
All.
Okay, right.
Excuse me, sir. Could you take your shirt off?
I mean, some people would pay for that.
You got cock?
So, let's start with Lady. Still hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Give him another quarter.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, no, just keep talking. So, Lady who had her husband and son executed, what did they do, or do you not know?
I don't know.
Does she have a name?
Yes, Miara.
Okay, then let's move on to Legless. He have a name.
Generald.
And what of Blindy, if you know?
I don't know.
And who are you? What's your name, young one?
Road? You asked me that already.
But Road is what you call yourself. Is that the name you were given?
Oh, that's what they call me because that's where they found me.
Ah, so they found you on the road. How old were you when you were found?
I don't remember, so I'm probably not that old.
Difficult things not remembering. Stumble forgets many things too. Stumble has brain damage, yes.
Does that get a laugh out of him?
No.
Okay, let's try.
Why did you block Crow, Ogre?
Wait, what?
Why did you block the term at Silent Tree Crow?
I just wanted to see if I could.
Wait, why? Let me just see what happens if I say test.
You should be, yeah.
He didn't ban you, he just banned the word at Silent Tree Crow. Which I guess you can't actually ban that.
I think you can. Oh.
Okay, right, back to what I was doing.
Nope, it's because you guys have roles. I can't do it.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean?
I did add Silent Tree Code. It says your message is not posted because it breaks rules.
Can we unblock that, please?
Sorry,
I will try.
I've done it. It's done.
Okay.
But Cleveland is still blocked.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Try it now, Charlotte.
There we go.
Okay.
Hey! Okay. Right.
So, Road. Presumably, if
That's not me. Sorry.
That was definitely you.
Cleverland?
Cleverland.
We need to.
I'm not there.
There's a bot in chat. We need to ban it.
Okay.
So, Road. You were born very young. Well, you don't remember being found on the road.
Yes, I was born very young, as with everybody.
That's surely someone must have taken care of you for a while.
He's dead.
Nowhere to stay? Nowhere to live?
I live in the street.
As to Legless, Blindy, and Mirror, yes?
Mm-hmm. I usually sleep under that stall after that guy goes home.
So you said Elfie was part of Resistance. Any other Resistance members that you know of?
He says that, but it's not. There's no resistance. That never happened.
Okay, right. So, what do you do for fun around here?
I play Kick the Rock.
Kick the Rock. Grumble enjoys that game too. Although, where Grumble's from, they were throwing the rocks at Stumble's head. Maybe
That's
not so
mean.
much a fun game.
Not
Anyway,
fun.
so, Stumble. How are you at keeping secrets, Road?
I don't know. I've never had any.
Would you like to hear a secret?
Yes.
So, a few years ago, Stumble found himself awakening in a forest near here, with no recollection of anything. This is the first time Stumble has been out of the forest.
Okay.
Earlier, a lady said she would trade her portion to Stumble. What is a portion, Road?
It's what the people get for working. It's one meal and some money.
So 1 million and some money. How much money?
It depends.
What's the lowest you've heard? What's the highest?
1 copper and 2 silver.
And how much are the guards paid?
I don't know.
Okay. Tell me, Road, are there any temples or deities in this town?
What's a temple?
That's a no then. Do you know what a deity is?
His Majesty?
Ah, good, right. So, Road, what are your plans for the future?
I want to become a guard.
Why do you want to become a guard?
Because then I can protect people.
Do the guards you see protect people?
Yeah, they beat up all the bad people in the street that try to harm people.
There are people in the street who try to harm each others.
Yeah, those people that whisper things that they shouldn't be whispering and then they get stabbed.
Ah, and what are these people whispering?
I don't know, I've never seen them. I just see the aftermath. They usually leave the body as an example on the street.
Okay. Right, yes. Okay. And the guards don't hurt the innocent people, of course.
Oh no, they would never hurt an innocent person. They only hit me when I steal.
And why do you steal?
Because I'm hungry.
Okay, yes. Tell me, Road, where? These people that whisper, I understand that you do not know them, but where are they normally congregating? Surely the guards are not aware of their location, but you may know things that they're not aware of.
I don't know.
So you're going to become a guard, yes?
Yes. And I'll beat up people like him, and points to the blind guy.
Beyond being rude, has he done anything harmful to anyone?
I mean, he tries to hit people, but he kind of sucks at it.
What's he saying when he tries to hit people?
I don't know. He swears in some kind of language I don't understand.
Okay. Right then. So, you have kept Grumble mightily entertained, and you have earned your day's portion from Stumble. So, here.
Grumble will hand him a loaf of hardtack and 2 coppers.
This is more money than I've ever seen.
Keep it a secret. People will want things that you have if you tell them about them. Be smart, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Off you go, boy.
He runs off to the woman and gives her the copper.
He
Points at you again.
gives her the copper.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, what's the woman looking like? Is she looking like she's angry or about to pull a sword and kick my ass?
No, she's surprised. Just kind of looking at you.
Grumble's going to wave and grin like an idiot. Try and persuade them I'm completely harmless and fucking insane.
She just
Can I maybe
back.
roll a persuasion?
She doesn't. She just waves back.
Legless elf, you there?
What'd you say?
Legless elf.
Ah. You wander over to him?
No, I'm going to see if I can call him over.
Just, well, what?
Wanna earn yourself a loaf of hardtack?
Oh, piss off.
Not a joke. Not being rude.
I'm not gonna
Genuine
do
offer.
frickin'
Genuine
tricks
offer.
for you.
Just looking for conversation.
Persuade.
$31.
31. And with that, Buttercup and Himry,
Well,
what do you wish to do?
Right, I am flogging Ham.
Mm. Right. So, actually, sorry. You try to find a market close to the big building.
Right.
You will both notice fairly easily that in a radius about 1,000 feet away from the large building, all those buildings are abandoned and there are not people in them, and nothing within that radius looks to be active or working.
does there seem to be a reason somewhere?
Not that you can tell without some kind of check. You could certainly make an investigation and or investigation, I guess.
I'll
Or
make an
perception.
investigation. 27.
27. You don't find any immediate reason, but most of the buildings are like houses and small businesses, and they're all like chained closed.
Are there notices on the doors or anything?
No, there are not.
We're so going in there at nightfall.
But that's just the immediate vicinity around the bigger building. So do you still try to find a market, or you try to get closer?
We can play ignorant and try to get closer.
What now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. Come on then.
So you guys just start walking closer.
Stealthing it.
Okay.
Oh, the horses.
Give me 10 minutes and I'll have a quick chat to Horse. I'll tell Horse to...
You try to cast a spell.
I do take my weapons back.
I think it is a spell. I don't think... One second. I just want to check if it's a spell or an ability.
It's an ability. It's a spell given to you by an ability, so you will be casting a spell.
I will be casting a spell, yeah, because it's done as a ritual, so... Yes, that's ritual casting, isn't it? Yeah, I'll do that. It's about to find out what's going on here. I'll take the 100 by the door. You take the 100 on the outside, Mavis.
Wait, what?
Guards. I think we're about to get into combat.
What?
Okay. You begin to cast. So this is 10 minutes. Are you going to wait for Buttercup to do this for 10 minutes, or are you going to do something else, Henry?
Be nice if you kept watch.
Yeah, I'll look around.
You begin to cast, and after 10 minutes you cast Speak with Animals,
Yes, please.
and it loudly goes off because you cast a spell.
Yeah, you're building up some tension here.
Yep. The horses are looking at you.
I thought we only had the one horse, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, the horse is looking at you, yeah.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Do you do anything?
Well, I've talked to the horse.
Speak.
Yeah, what do you say?
Right, we're gonna go on a little trip into there. I want you to basically hide. We'll come and find you as soon as possible, but we'll try and meet you back here. But whatever you do, don't get stolen. If
What is
everyone
stolen?
who looks like me, the tall golden one who also is me, the red one with horns, or the small one that looks like her, if any of those four, great. That's good. Anyone else, don't let them ride you or throw them off or something, but we'll meet you back here as soon as possible.
Okay.
Love you. Bye. Right. Let's go.
Stealthily?
King.
Still, or...
King.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stealths.
Yes, please.
23.
39.
Okay. You guys stealth. Are you trying to get as close as you can? Or what is your goal here?
Part of my goal is to have a look at these buildings, sort of see how long they've been sealed up and are they trapped? Has anyone else sort of snuck in to have a look, or are they like abandoned as they were? You know, like people rushed out and there's like mouldy old food on the table, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just by looking in windows and stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we could try and get as close as we can, shall we? Mavis?
Yeah.
We try and get as close as we can.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys start looking through buildings. Perception.
Also, are they all locked?
Yeah, they're all like chain locked.
That's only
20.
29.
You both start looking through windows of buildings, and you gather this has been this way for a long time.
Right. Okay.
There's no furniture. Like, it looks filthy inside all the buildings. As far as you can tell, the windows are pretty dirty. You have to like scrub them a little bit to even see inside.
How about if we find one that's got a good view of this citadel? We set up camp in there for a bit.
Well, let me give you one more thing before you make that decision. As you guys are looking through some buildings, you look into a 2-story building, and you will both, with your perceptions, catch quick movement away from the window.
Oh. Gawker?
Always expected someone would be living here. I'd go up to the window and just say, we're not the guard. We're like you. We're just trying to be here.
Persuasion.
Oh, you should have said this, not me. Right. I get +7 on this, so this is a... 16.
You just hear a, "What do you want? You're gonna blow my cover."
We're trying to get close to the citadel.
Why?
To look at it and take notes.
Your funeral.
Why did by our funeral? Can we come in? We're sort of standing in the middle of the street.
Slides the window open.
I climb in through the window.
Yep.
You see a dragonborn who's disheveled, but he's got like a long sword, and he's ready to draw it. He hasn't drawn it, but he's just like ready.
I'm Buttercup, and this is Himri.
I don't
Hi.
know who you are.
With this
Smugglers.
hand not like a conversation. Sorry, you what? Who?
You smugglers.
No, we're from out of town.
Investigating.
Oh God. Okay. What do you want then?
Well, we want to find
Besides-
more about the. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We want to find more about the citadel.
It's just the palace.
I mean, you seem to know a lot about it. I mean, what's the? Where are the entrances? And who's in there?
I mean, I would assume the king and his entourage are in there.
Well, who are his entourage?
He kind of
Yes,
gives you guys a once up and down.
I'm actually going to say, let's assume that we're a long way out of town.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that. How'd you get in here?
Well, through that window, you just let us in.
How'd you get in the country?
Well,
I like to insight check this guy.
Go for it.
35.
He's very on edge. He is really, really not trusting you.
He's what?
He really does not trust you.
we came in through the Underdark.
That's not possible.
It is.
Many things are not possible, but
What
I think
happened?
you've got impossible and improbable mixed up. We quite regularly do the impossible. But we really need to know more about that citadel. Is the king there now? Is that where he always stays? I mean,
Listen.
I'm going to guess smuggler.
If you're just playing with me, just kill me. Don't keep asking me stupid questions.
No. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. And I'd probably be halfway through eating the evidence. So we'll just cut the crap now. So I'm going to guess you're a smuggler. and I'm also going to take a wild guess that there are tunnels and things underneath this building.
There's no tunnels, no.
Well, I'm
Any
guessing.
secret paths?
I mean the sewer.
And I'm sure that's what you're using to move around the sewers.
That's the safest way.
Is there an entrance to the sewers here?
You'd have to walk a bit. It's a few minutes from here.
But how comes you're in here then?
Well, if I'm in here, the guard aren't going to look for me. And I can keep this, and he taps his longsword.
That's a very, very nice longsword. We're going to need to know the entrance to the sewers, and also we'd like to have a meeting with your boss. It seems we may have a common interest.
Persuasion.
A little help?
You have it at advantage. Henry talked. She said something.
Oh, I've got a natural 20 and a natural 1.
Oh.
So, what are the odds? Well,
He kind of loosens up a bit. All right.
is this run by... What is the name of your boss?
Looking through my notes. Looking through my notes. Madria.
Does he run all the crime in this place, or is it? Is there a few crime syndicates here?
We're not a criminal syndicate. We're an underground freaking resistance.
Oh, good to know.
You are the resistance.
I mean, if you can call it that, I guess.
Then we are really... This is your lucky day. We really need to speak to your boss.
I don't know how to get you in touch with him. I don't know where he is.
Well, how about we slowly move up the line? So you introduce us to who you report to, and then they can introduce us up to there. What do you know of the time before the White Dragon appeared? I can't remember his name. I will say his name, but I can't remember his name.
I wasn't alive.
Right. We're here with someone who really, really wants to meet the resistance. They were here before the dragon came, and they are interested in returning this land to its former glory.
What do you mean they were here before?
Well, you know how some people are really old? He's one of them.
What's his name?
We'll discuss that when we're further up, going further up the line, if that's okay.
You gotta give me something. I gave you my boss.
He's grim.
His eyes get real big. Grim Greystone.
The very same, yes.
He's not dead.
Nope, he's not dead. He's alive and as miserable as ever.
He incites you. And you're not lying, but he will incite you. Okay. You need to help us then.
But that is what we're here for.
We are trying to get in. He looks around like somebody's listening and gets a little closer to you guys. We're trying to break in to the facility in the mountain and free the dragons.
What dragon?
There's all the metallics, all the chromatics that were in the country got captured.
Oh.
Then this is your lucky day. My boyfriend's in there.
What?
Bozio?
I'm just gonna shake my head like no.
I don't know who that is.
Well, you've definitely found some allies in us. I think we need to speak to your boss, and then we can put him in contact with Grim, because this is something he needs to know.
Do you know where South Stream is?
A what?
You know where South Stream is?
No, we just arrived earlier.
Yeah.
Do you know where Stone Stream is?
No, but basically we
Same
know
answer.
The entrance to this place is the cave we arrived in, and this house. This is about the sort of limit of our exploration so far.
All right. We don't have any confirmation on this, but if you're trying to help us inside that freaking palace, well, first and foremost, there's the 1,000 guards that stand outside of it.
Yeah, we've seen that, yeah.
And then in the palace is going to be Lonakian. And he's a dragon, I promise you.
I have killed dragons before. I'm also a mother of dragons, well, auntie of dragons. It's
Not like this, he's something. There's this dwarf, is a head general named Avik. He's really he hurts. And he's got 2 clerics that follow him around at all times. That's all I got, as far as what's in there. If you want to meet up with my group, you're gonna need to go to Stone Stream. It's north of here.
Can you give us a verbal map so we're not carrying anything, and we shall go to Stone Stream. Do you know who the deity of the clerics are?
No, because religion's banned, so I don't know who they'd be following.
No, that's what I thought. Have you got time for me to tell you about our Lord and Saviour Tempest?
Who the hell's Tempest?
Oh, a nice little starter. Let me make you a religion check to tell you.
Oh, no.
Right.
Here, I got something I gotta do.
Well, 1 second. There's always time for Tempest.
There's also something we should do.
I am his paladin and once Pope in the city of Moon's Landing.
What's a paladin?
Oh, well, you know, this dwarf has 2 clerics. Imagine those, but really badass. That's a paladin.
He just looks confused. I got something I gotta do. If you come back here tonight, I'll have directions to Stone Stream for you.
Well, we're going to wait here then, in that case. Are you hungry?
It's gonna be hours and I gotta go.
That's fine. We can wait hours for you to come back, I think. Is that all right with you, Mavis?
Yeah.
Alright.
Sorry, I'm being kind of distant right now. A friend needs help. I need to talk to her about something. Somewhere else with my head.
He goes out the window. Shuts it behind him.
Tempest protect you.
So you're just gonna wait.
Yeah.
Okay. You begin to wait. Grumble.
Yes.
Oh, so, Henry, send Grim something to say that we're making contact with the resistance cell in the capital.
Oh, yes, I'll send him a sending.
One of your charges.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we get this person's name or any names?
Did
Chicken?
not ask. Madria, he gave you
Yeah,
Madria.
Madrid we got, yeah.
25. Is this a 25 words thing?
Yes.
Contact with. I don't get the 25. Okay. Made contact with resistance inside the city. We're given a name Madrias. Does this mean anything to you?
Oh.
Love, Mavis, and Helga.
That's great. Are you sure his name is Madria? Because that's an ancient silver dragon.
Well, I'm not going to use another charge.
Yeah. Grumble.
So, has Legolas come to me?
Legolas will. Fine, but I ain't coming over there.
Boy, come here.
The kid will run over.
Noticed you gave that woman the copper, yes? She looks after you?
No.
And why did you give her the copper?
Because she wants to get a home again.
More about your home.
I never had one.
So, you look after her?
Well, she told me to tell her if I found any money.
Does she do anything for you, or...?
She stands up for me.
Okay. Keep an eye on my stall. I want to go speak to Stumpy, okay?
Where is it going?
Well, I mean, just keep an eye on things. And if someone's to buy hardtack, you sell them for 2 copper if they're a god and 1 copper if they're not.
Okay. He tries really hard to remember that.
Goodbye. I'm going to walk over to Stumpy.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of lazy for a soldier, aren't you?
I'm going to sit down next to him. I'll have brought one of the cakes of hardtack with me. One of the loaves, sorry.
Well, it's not easy moving around.
Here elves live a long time. Longer than half-orcs, yeah?
Yeah.
So, how do you lose legs?
Frickin' dragon. When the dragon took that wall out, I got crushed underneath some of the rubble. I got out the rubble, but I didn't keep my legs with me.
So why are you on the street? One of your fellow comrades took you in?
No, I was left to frickin' fend for myself.
Were you a dick or something? We don't do that. Didn't do that to soldiers back in my day.
Just gives you an eye. That's not quite how I remember the army.
Depends on the army then, suspect.
Yeah, and I only know of one. At least around here.
How old are you?
400 some.
And you only ever remember one army.
I've only ever lived here. I ain't been in no other army.
What happened to your comrades? You say you left to fend for yourself. What happened to them?
I don't know. They probably either died, went on with their lives, became part of the stupid resistant movements.
Not doing so well, the resistance these days, are they?
Ugh, the resistance doesn't exist these days.
Shame, though. If they did, you might be able to walk again.
Amen to that.
Tell me, what's your name, Elfie?
Oops. It's the wrong notes.
His name's Oops.
Generald.
So why are you on the street, General? I heard everyone gets a portion. What you been doing with yours?
No, not everybody gets a portion. You get a portion if you work. I can't work.
What? Not got the use of your hands to weave?
Ain't nobody wanna hire a cripple.
Tell me something, Stumpy. What would you give to be able to walk again?
At this point, not walking's pretty normal, so I'm not worried about that.
Gonna live
I'd
another
give-
500 years as a cripple, though, aren't you?
I'd give a lot to get that. And he looks around. I'd get a lot to get that freaking dickhead dead.
Tell you what. Gonna give you that chance.
Yeah, okay.
Where can I find the resistance, Stumpy? You tell me true. I'll see to it you walk again.
Cross, is this Pandora? I guess you
It's
can
Avatar.
your real legs.
There's not a resistance. The resistance died when that fucking coward Greystone left.
What about Blindy over there? He got some more ambition.
Shoot, I don't know anything about that guy. He's not very coherent. I can't make no sense of him.
Who's this Greystone you talking about?
He's gonna look at you. If I keep humoring you, you're gonna tell me where you're from.
Sure.
Grim Greystone. He was the last leader of the Resistance. Failed miserably.
So, Greystone never took you in to, I don't know, make you one of his?
I don't think the Resistance care much for cripples.
Tell me, Stumpy, anything you still hold dear? Or just full of bitterness and misery?
I'd like to see this goddamn city get fixed a little bit. Leave the wall broken like it's our fault we got attacked by a dragon.
So, how much you earn in a day before the wall broken?
Before, you mean when I could walk?
Yeah, when you could walk.
I made about 3 gold a day, but I don't think anybody makes that anymore.
Stay here, Stumpy. We'll talk again soon.
I'll leave him with the loaf.
You gonna give me that tack?
Yeah, I'll give him the loaf.
You walk back.
I'll pick up another loaf and go sit next to Blindy.
The kid. Here, someone bought one.
Keep hold of it for now, okay?
Nods.
I'll take another loaf and I'll go sit next to Blindy.
Okay.
I'm going to subtle spell comprehend myself.
Tell us about what?
Comprehend languages.
Gotcha.
Blindy, which language you speak?
That's not a voice I'll recognize. You actually didn't need to cast this. It's Celestial.
Ah, Celestial you speak, yes? Tell me, brother, how long have you been on this plane?
He reaches out to try and find you. Do you let him? Or does he just stumble?
I'll grab his hand and put it to my back so he can feel the wings. Through the disguise.
You've seen the steam.
What steam?
Steam.
What you been doing here?
He you see him begin to breathe a little bit harder. Is it you? You came to kill me. You came to find me.
Calm yourself. Speak clearly. Why are you here? How did you lose your sight?
Why are you whispering things in a false voice? Use your voice. You more
Because
coward to be yourself.
Say that again?
You a coward to be yourself.
Only a fool gives away an advantage they do not need to give away. In battle, all things are fluid.
I don't want it. You told me I could leave you. I don't want it.
I didn't quite catch that, sorry.
I don't want it. You told me I could leave. I don't want it.
What don't you want?
You took my eyes. You said you could leave me alone. Go away.
Do you want to go home?
You watch him furrow his brow as he gets a little angry. I'll yell for the god if you do not. Get away from me, woman.
I'll leave you for now, but consider my offer, brother. You can go home, and I can take you there.
I'll put the loaf in his hands and I'll leave him.
He hungrily eats it.
Tell me, boy. How long has that one been there blind?
How long as I can remember.
Anyone been here longer than you?
He has.
Points towards the elf, does he?
Mm.
Keep up the good work.
I'll come sit back down next to the elf.
Okay.
That one's mad.
You're telling me.
How long's he been like that?
He's been like that ever since he got here.
How long's he been here?
A few years. A couple gods dragged him out here and just tossed him in the street. He doesn't wander very far.
You know his story?
I can't understand him, so no. Where are you from? You never told me.
Would you prefer the truth or a comforting lie?
I guess that's up to you. I'm not gonna know either way.
In a way, I am from the abyss.
He smirks. You came to take him home then? Looks over to the blind guy.
He is not from the abyss. He's from the other place.
The hells.
Look upwards, little elf.
Yeah, I don't think that guy's from that. I doubt that.
You know what, Stumpy? I'm trying to decide whether or not I like you or despise you.
You're not the first person who's ever said that.
Think you're the only one to lose a limb?
No, definitely not.
You seem to have given up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still living. Still chugging on, but...
I think we both know you're not living. Might as well be as good as the undead. Gonna give you a chance, Stumpy. Gonna give you one chance and one only. At nightfall, I'm leaving this town and I'm not coming back for a while. Drag your lazy ass to the gates and I will take you with me. Or stay here and rot.
I'll go back to the kid.
He tries to give you the 2 copper.
Stay a little longer, young one. Stumble wants to talk to your lady.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go speak to the lady.
Okay.
Sweet child, that one.
Yeah. Why are you being so kind to him?
Stumble's been down on his luck before. Not enough people help people when they're down on their luck.
That's true.
Question is why is a grown woman taking coin from a 10-year-old homeless orphan?
I'm not taking anything. He gave it to me. I just told him to look out for money. I didn't ask him to give me the money he got.
You're an adult. You used to be a guard. You used to have a husband and a son yourself. One would think you would know better.
No better than to what? Try and help myself.
To not take advantage of those weaker than you.
And I'm not.
And what's his 2 copper going to buy him?
Hopefully, one day it helps buy a home.
Buys a home for you.
A home for him, too. You think I would leave him on the street?
Don't know. Don't know you. Only know where I saw.
You seem to be assuming a lot with someone you don't know.
That's a fair point. So tell me. Tell me I've misjudged you. When you go to sleep, do you sleep there under the stall with the kid?
No, I sleep over by the wall. I don't really fit under the stalls.
So is pragmatism opposed to anything else? Okay, yes. Heard your young one and husband were executed. Were they resistance?
No.
Were they
No.
corrupt?
No, just unlucky.
And what, they threw you out to the guard because of them?
No, I left.
And what are your plans?
Hopefully restart my life and never think about it again. Or just die. And then I won't have to think about anything ever again.
Tell me. Your kid tells me you're saving up for a house. How much is a house?
A few gold.
And how would you buy a house?
I have to write a petition to the city, and they'd approve it. Or not. Who cares? It's arbitrary, but I can try at least.
I've got things to do. Tell you what, how about I hire you?
To do what?
Sell my hardtack with the boy. I'll let you keep half the profits.
Persuade.
$31.
Fine. She'll get up and dust herself off.
Wait, before you go, I need somewhere secluded. Somewhere where no one passes by. Somewhere where I can kill someone.
Are you trying to die?
Not intentionally.
Whatever murderous thoughts you have, maybe put them out of your mind.
Tell me a place. I'll double your pay.
So you won't get any profit.
I will get profit, just not the kind you think.
Outside the wall. West side of the city.
Need somewhere closer, somewhere near here. Doesn't have to last for more than a few minutes.
Then you're not going to find anything.
No hidden alleyways, no dead ends.
If you find them, you tell me about them.
Tell me again where I can go. Outside the wall.
West side of the city, outside the wall.
West side
At
of the
sundown,
city.
there's a guard shift. West side guards can't see things very well.
Very well. I'll be back before sundown to pack up what's left. Sell as much as you can.
She wanders over.
Oh, okay, so the question is, can I do something like this? Spells.
Buttercup, Henry.
Yes. Hello,
Uh,
Mavis.
you guys hear a on the window after a couple hours.
Oh,
Okay, yeah. Open said window.
He comes back in. Alright, this is the best I could do. It's a crude map, but this gets you to Stone Stream, I think.
oops.
Excellent. That'll do perfectly. When do we go? When?
Whenever you like. I can't promise that they'll still be there, but whenever you want to go. This is the symbol. And he draws it in the dirt on the ground.
I'm gonna copy it in my book,
Mm-hmm.
in my notes.
I'm gonna actually draw it poorly.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh god.
No, my name's Luke.
I was gonna say something, but
Go for it.
If no one else will say it, I will. Delusions of grandeur.
Pour out, look for Christians worldwide.
Okay, that's my very poor drawing of a circle with a line through it with dragon wings.
Who's that Pokemon?
someone's what's the name?
Madeira. Met her
It's
eye.
the hey listen thing with it, but then stabbed.
Oh my gosh. It's Navi.
Yeah.
Although Navi's got 4 wings, but yeah.
Oh really? Yeah.
But it's quite apt though, isn't it? Because everyone wants to stab that bloody thing, so yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well let's go and follow this map and find these people. Quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys head out. There we go. You guys head out. And you leave the city. You are frisked on the way out.
Get the horse.
Same thingy.
Yeah.
So we need to roll for that again? Or?
I figured you left the weapons in the saddle, unless you didn't.
In all fairness, I did say I would take them out when we started exploring the empty area.
Okay, slide it in.
Okay. 25.
You get them in the saddle. They don't seem to find anything.
Yeah.
And you guys start riding off towards Stone Stream.
I don't know why, I thought Stone Stream was going to be like a street name or something.
You guys ride north. D100, Ogre.
Right, okay. Why is it every dice is on there, but apart from the D100, which you've got to actually type in?
It's at the bottom of the advanced roller.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, bugger. Right. Oh, that's a 3.
Bugger. Oh, it's a 3!
Oh,
I
just
know
10
that one.
not turn up.
I know 3.
Hell,
I can,
Tempest.
I can count that high.
I can only count to 4.
As you guys are riding to Stone Stream, you both will notice and begin riding through a giant, what I can only describe as a giant ship graveyard. You just see boats and like giant pirate ships that look like they were freaking dropped from the sky and smashed into the ground, strewn out here for miles.
Do these ships have claw marks and things up the side?
Yes.
So, giant claw marks by any chance?
Yes.
It looks like they've been picked up by a great dragon and brought in and dropped.
You can assume that.
Right. Well, if he'd mentioned it, is this mentioned on the map by any chance?
No.
Do you think this is new or what? Any of the boats wet?
With your perception, no, they're not wet.
Right. Henry, do
Several-
you think any of these boats are wet?
We'll
No.
check.
No, not with her perception.
Not that I
several
can
of them. Several of them have nature like growing over them.
Right. We're miles from the sea, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Fishing boats here, or is it just sort of like merchantmen and that sort of...
It's all
Pirates
kinds.
and
It's,
Oh, it's
all
all
kinds.
kinds.
It's fishing boats, merchant boats, ships of war. There's a couple of man of wars out in
Mm.
here.
Any, like, identifying flags, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there are flags on all kinds of them. You can certainly make history checks.
I shall.
I will do that. 30.
Oh.
What the fuck? Why am I so gross?
I got 9.
I mean, you still beat my DC on some of them. The one that Buttercup will recognize, and obviously Henry will recognize, is there's several flags of the Sunset Coast that fly on some of the ships. Henry will recognize the old Dustax flag on a lot of these. You'll also recognize the flag of Tharnen, the flag of Extoxius, and some random ones that you're not entirely sure.
Right, so it's not just the Dustax Navy, it's all over, so it's probably just boats who strayed too close or something. How far are we away from Stone Stream?
A couple hours.
Well, I suggest we push on.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys push on to Stone Stream. You will come into Stone Stream, which the very first thing you will notice about Stone Stream as you wander in is that there's not a guard presence that checks you as you come in. But at the gate, there are 3 skeletons that are strung up from the gate that you walk under as you go in.
Humanoidal?
Yes. One is a dragonborn, one is a human, and one is a... where is it? No.
Oh. Little
Stumpy little fucker.
But you come into Stone Stream. Relatively nice city from even what you just saw at Notsug.
Where have we got to go on this map?
It doesn't have a location in Stone Stream. It's just a map to Stone Stream.
Oh, for God's sake. Right. If I'd noticed that it was just a map thing, I think I'd have asked where we're meeting him. But okay.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know where their hideout is in Stone Stream.
Oh right. So he's just told us to go to Stone Stream.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's. Had he been in contact with them to tell them we were coming?
Not that you know of.
Let's assume that he had, and sort of make ourselves conspicuous in a public place.
Okay.
Blended.
You find a tavern.
Probably outside. I'd say.
Like, you want to chill outside the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there like outdoor seating maybe?
No.
Oh.
You can certainly lean against the wall, though.
Yeah.
You can be the cool kids from high school.
Like those thugs you don't want to mess with.
Wait for a bit. Yeah.
You wait for a bit. Nothing happens.
No. What if we look for the symbol? Can I look around for the symbol?
Make an investigation.
Okay. $27.
Where are you looking?
Around. We have time, so everywhere. Around the tavern. Just make my way away from the tavern.
So throughout the town.
Yeah.
I'll check manhole covers and that sort of thing for it. You look up on side of buildings and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Investigation of it.
Okay. Right. That's an 11.
Okay. You don't see it on manhole covers or anything. Henry, you don't see it on side of buildings and like hidden anywhere in the town per se. Yeah. You also do notice this does have a blacksmithery here, and that tavern that you guys were hanging out at is the only tavern.
Right.
Look, it was an idea. Kind of expected to find something there. But what if we go in the tavern and show some maybe?
Let's go into the tavern. You say this is written in your notebook. Start reading your notes, but have this symbol on display on the outside.
Yeah. I have like a separate page.
Yeah. So people could see it.
You go into the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys push the tavern open. The barkeep. Sorry, only one of you right now. I'm at capacity.
Oh, do you have the COVID?
What is COVID?
Oh,
It's a beer.
We have to
Corona
stay
beer.
2 meters apart. Yeah, you go in there. I'll wait outside.
Okay. Okay. I'll head up.
To the barkeep, or
Yeah.
just to a table, or okay.
Is there like seating at the bar I can sit down at?
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that. I'll just go up to the barkeep, have the page with the symbol open. Does this mean anything to you?
He's like looking at a glass, and he'll look over at you, look down, and he'll very quickly like put his hand over the page. Are you trying to get us killed?
I'll close it real quick. We didn't know what to do.
Who sent you?
Who sent us?
You didn't get his name?
We didn't get his name.
Grim.
I'll describe what he looked like.
Yeah, that back table's open back there. I'll sit over there. I'll be right with you.
My friend's outside still.
I'm at capacity.
Okay.
If someone walks out, she can come in.
Alright. I'll sit down at the table.
After a minute or two, a dragonborn sits across from you. I don't recognize her.
I'm very new to town.
Weapons. Let me see them.
I'll show my weapons.
He looks incredibly uncomfortable. How did he find us? How did you...
Well, we ran into this person whose name we didn't get, and they sent us here.
I'm not giving anybody up.
What?
I'm not going to give anybody up. You can kill me. I'm not giving anybody up.
No. We're on your side. We're from very outside of town, sent by an old leader.
Got a name?
My name?
The leader.
Oh. Looking around, what do people look like right now?
Most people in here look drunk. There is one guy who just has his arms crossed and is just sort of head back.
Who, what?
He's got his arms crossed and his head leaned back.
But he doesn't seem to be, like, paying attention.
He doesn't seem to be actively looking at you, no.
Alright, I'll, like, stealthily, superly whisper. I mean, I've been whispering this whole time, but super stealthily say, Grim. He sent us in town to investigate.
What do you need?
Just information, contacts, I guess. We were just sent ahead, kind of, to see the status, what's up. How things are now, because it has been a while.
He looks at you. I'm putting a lot of trust in you here. Don't screw me.
No. I don't plan on doing that.
There's an abandoned fort to the north that we are using as a jumping off point before we attack that facility. You could meet Madria there. Him and Grim could meet up, and you could coordinate. But you need to get out of town.
Alright, when?
As soon as you can. Lornakian and his entourage are supposed to be coming through here today.
Alright. We'll let him know.
Nope, sorry, I'm not interested. And he gets up and walks away.
Ah, come on, man! Yeah, whatever. I'll walk out.
Henry walks out, Buttercup.
Right, and?
We got
Do
a
you
location to
walk
go
and
to.
Have we got to go to this location, or should we report back first?
We need to head back. We were told to get out of town and get Grim somewhere.
Right, let's head back to where we left him then.
Yes.
And you know exactly where we got to go.
Yep.
Any passwords we need?
Nope.
Well, Mavis, let's go and relax.
Yes, Helga, let's go.
Would anyone like to buy some ham as we're on their way out? Lovely ham.
Last chance.
3 copper for ham.
Oh, I shall sell him a ham for 3 copper. There you go. Lovely, delicious
Best
ham.
ham in town.
You guys
Helga and Mavis's mobile ham market.
You guys
Ham
start
for
riding
us.
off.
Helga's ham, best ham.
And unfortunately, that is where we have to stop.
Oh,
Episode name, Helga's ham.
a ham empire.
We will start
Next
with
the coffee.
We will start with Crow. Crow, just remember what you would like to do, or write it down.
Remember what?
What you would like to do.
Oh God, you're going to get a list.
Yeah, I know what I like to do. I've got an idea.
We need to remember Fortress to the north.
Yep,
Oh.
write stuff down, guys. I know Ogre's doing it.
Yes, I have Fortress to the north. Did I do that? Yes, Fortress to the north. So
And meet whatever the name was there.
Madeira.
Yeah. Someone with an M, and you said Mavis, and I got the two up mixed up. It's like, we need
But
to
you're
meet
Mavis.
Mavis! Wait.
Yeah, you're mate, yes. We turn up and ask to speak to Mavis, we could end up with the wrong sort of resistance.
Yeah, awesome.
This doesn't seem much like a resistance, it seems like a knitting circle. I bought chutney.
4K experience.
Yay!
4K!
4K for selling ham.
Helko!
Congratulations, guys. You started the Dustax reclamation project.
It has begun. So we're at
332070. Oh, actually, I think you might be a 060.
I'm at this. I don't know about you guys, but
Did you add the XP from last time, Charlotte?
I don't remember. I think I did.
You should be at
go
332,060.
Yeah, just go up to that.
332?
Yeah, add 3,000.
Okay. Must have forgotten, and I could have sworn I logged back in, but oh well.
Because I think I messaged you to be like, hey, take 3K XP.
Yeah, and I think I remember logging back in after that, but
So we are only 20-odd thousand, 23,000 less.
Only.
Yeah.
So we're at what? We're at 332060.
Yeah. Because I'm at 070 for killing flump,
something.
Was it a
Yeah,
flump
killing
or
a flump.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a flump. It was something else. It was like a little
It was that
android bot.
Metroid thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That thing from Mechanicus.
Oh! Yes, you did kill that thing from Mechanus.
Evil bastard.
Yes. I
That was
forgot
gonna
all
be my
about that.
friend.
10 XP. Every little helps.
I forgot all about you killing that thing from Mechanus. Oh, I should just have Mechanus come after you now.
What? They could be his favourite enemy.
Yeah, it might take a level of ranger. Yeah.
Let's see, what massively terrible constructs are there?
oh no.
You killed my nephew. Die.
I will quickly BRP.
Let's see.
BRP.
Oh yeah, we could send Warforged Colossuses plus Maroots. Oh god, Maroot would be terrible.
Oh, that would be
8
horrible.
Maroots. Oh my gosh, that would be horrible.
BRP.
You just have to make 8 saves against Blazing Edict.
I'd rather face 2,293 just those little mechanoid bastards.
Yeah.
Just before I forget, place to kill someone. Sunset outside the wall, west side of city. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. During the guard change.
Why is Grumble planning murder? That's usually my job to try and murder innocent things that probably don't need murdering.
He's gonna kill Ryder.
But yeah, probably.
Shh, don't tell them my plan.
It's a shitty plan.
But yes, stream. That's it, guys. I don't know if we will be here 2 weeks from now. Because 2 weeks from now is Halloween.
Horror stream.
So I'm fine to play, but I'm gonna assume that if you guys make plans, then we won't be playing.
I mean, I'm fine to play on Halloween.
I'm not trick or treating this year.
Charlotte may have plans.
Damn the socials.
But yeah,
No,
we'll
she's just
figure
said
that all
that she thinks she has something. I'm hoping she means that she's got something planned for Halloween and not that she's caught something.
If we're not here on Halloween, we'll be here on the 14th of November. Oh, yeah, and you European people, it'll be... we're going to have the daylight savings unsync for like 2 weeks again.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Is it going forward or back?
Let's find out real quick.
It's going forward an hour. I fucking know it.
Yeah.
When does
No, it's going back an hour, so I get less sleep. That's it. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, so daylight savings for you guys actually ends on Halloween. So on Halloween, you guys will have daylight savings. And then I will have daylight savings a week later. So we will be out of sync for a week. However, if Charlotte's not here and we don't play that week, then it won't matter and don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm going to have a horror game or something like that on the on Halloween.
Hey, if Charlotte's not here, maybe you, me, and Crow can just have a little Halloween thing.
Yeah. Even if Charlotte is here, that might be an idea, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but probably just keep moving forward here with this.
Okay. We could make it all spooky, have them throw a festival of something.
And I can make the real game a little bit more spooky. I can have a spooky thing happen in the real game.
Yeah. Also, once we've all met up, then we could have a spooky session.
Yeah, like Buttercup's not hungry.
Yeah.
Or Grumble becomes gluten intolerant.
Zandra turns up and asks for her favour from us all.
Yes, I haven't forgotten about that.
Oh, not reply.
Sometimes it keeps me up at night.
But, guys, stream. See you later. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Stream. Toodles. Love
Good
you
night,
all.
everybody.
Enjoy the
Have a
cock.
good evening.
Bye, Cleveland.
Nope, you can't say that here.